Join Paranormal M, where the mysterious meets the supernatural. Subscribe and turn on notifications for your dose of the eerie adventures. Get ready to be captivated by the unknown. Ask Reddit. So the house I live in currently was previously owned by a guy who had a long history of defrauding people and just being a bad human overall. His first wife, terminally ill, killed herself in the bedroom above me. It's my brother's room. Then that guy got married again a few months later, just for that wife to run away with his money. Got married once again to a lady who didn't get along with his kids, so there were always clashes in the house. But when we bought it, he warned us. The house isn't the most normal house. I'm very used to hearing footsteps right outside my door at night, even hearing whispers at times. But this one incident sticks out. This was about 4 months ago. And I was sleeping in my room when I suddenly had this really bad gut feeling that something was wrong. So I slightly woke up, and before I could even sit up, I heard the footsteps. They were outside. Since it's normal to me now, I didn't pay attention to it. But then I immediately felt like somebody was beside me. I just couldn't bring myself to turn my head. I did, but the moment I did, the curtain to my left, where I felt a presence opened like somebody was walking past it, my gut feeling immediately went away. I'll never get over this. I also have other stories, but this felt the most gut-wrenching to me because of how close and how real it felt at that time. I moved to another country for my girlfriend, and we moved into a house and experienced some unexplainable things. Okay, so I want to tell about me moving away from my home country and all the way to Germany for my girlfriend. And then we ended up moving to, I don't know, a haunted house? If it's even haunted, but there is things I can't explain for sure that have happened here. Also, English isn't my first language, so sorry if I don't spell everything right. We'll get through it. I want to say that I also always looked for, an explanation for everything, but there's some things I can't explain at all. Okay, so we moved from an apartment in a big building to a house with 2 apartments. That's where her parents live, and that's the one under us. We live on the top one. We also have an attic over us, but there is only some boxes and an old closet and Christmas stuff up there. One of the things that we keep hearing is clicking, like tapping from outside the door or something. The funny thing is this always happens late at night, and we know that parents usually go to sleep early. The clicking can be explained by the radiator for the heaters, but something that we can't explain is the sound of cats running around. We have 2 cats, so it sounds similar to when they're running around, but with them it kind of sounds heavy, if I can say that. But that's when we hear it, and it sounds light. This happens when both cats are sleeping in the bed, and this we don't know what comes from. We also hear stuff moving up in the attic, and footsteps and doors open and close. And again, this mostly happens late at night when me and my girlfriend's watching TV or just sitting in the living room minding our own business on each tablet. This isn't happening every evening, but we can't explain all of these events. There's also one that really is creeping me out that made me not able to be home alone, at least when I go to sleep. I've talked to my girlfriend about this, and she explained that she had a similar event happen to her a while after it happened to me. So, about 2 to 3 months after we moved in here, we was laying in bed, and we kind of had gotten everything in order, so the apartment was looking like a home. We'd gone to bed early because my girlfriend had to work the day after. I had a job interview. After my girlfriend fell asleep, I would sit up maximum 1 hour later, either to read, scroll on TikTok, or play games on my phone. I remember I heard a whisper from the living room. At first, I thought it was the TV that was on. We'd forgotten to turn it off, and I stood up and checked, but it was off. Checked the gaming room in case I had left the PC on with my speaker still connected, but it was off. I tried not thinking more about it and went back to bed. By the way, my girlfriend's not like talking in her sleep. so I knew it wasn't her either. The thought hit me, but I figured out that wasn't the case either. So when I laid back in bed and kept being on my phone, I heard a clear whisper inside the room. A clear hello, like it was a question. I turned on the light and my girlfriend woke up. She's kind of a light sleeper at times. She asked me what the hell I was doing. I didn't want to tell her, because, well, maybe they'd think I was crazy, so I just kept it to myself. When I told her a few months later, she would say that she had heard the same thing just slightly 4 months after me. There had been more things, like things disappearing and turning up in other places where we didn't leave them. Some other small things. But that was the main thing that happened to us. And yeah, that was kind of my little story about things I've experienced, and we still experience some of the same things. Been a while since the whisper, but it happened 1 or 2 times more, at least to me after the first time. Ask Reddit. Grew up in an old farmhouse, built around 1900 or so. We celebrated the house's 100th birthday. That was when I was 12 or 13. I'm a skeptical person and would probably be completely closed-minded to the supernatural if it weren't for the years I spent in that house. Myself and both my parents will swear to this day the place is haunted because of the bizarre stuff that we experienced there. When I was about 14, my parents took off and left me alone for the whole weekend for the first time. I was so excited to be unsupervised that I forgot to be nervous about being alone in the house at night. On the second night, a big thunderstorm rolled in. I love thunderstorms, so I was extra thrilled and extra forgetting to be afraid. I sat in the living room, sort of leaning over the back of the couch, staring out at the big bay window and watching the storm. The sky got super dark, even though the sun was still a little bit up and the wind was really whipping and howling, making the house creak. The rain turned into hail, and it was so loud the whole house was echoing with the noise. And then there was a massive bang at the top of the stairs that made me jump out of my skin. It wasn't thunder, and it was definitely from inside the house, and definitely came from the top of the stairwell. By the way, it was a creepy fucking stairwell that gave me the heebie-jeebies the best of times. I can't really remember what I did then, but knowing me at the time, I probably hid downstairs like a coward. Maybe turned the TV on for distraction. Probably just stared at the base of the stairs for a good long while. Pretty sure I also slept downstairs on the couch with the dogs that night. Anyways, the next day was beautiful, and it was sunny, and it was morning. I went upstairs all groggy. The stairs were switchback style with sort of a landing halfway up, and the landing had a window above it. As I was walking past, eyeing everything with suspicion, I saw what I at first thought was a bullet hole in the outer pane of glass. It was those old, wavy, warped pane glass windows. But there was no hole in the inner pane and no bullet line between them, so I stopped and pondered at that for a minute and realized that a hail pellet must have gone right through the glass. Maybe that was that huge bang that I heard. Nothing paranormal about it. But since that's super anticlimactic, I'll also mention a proper spoopy experience. As a teenager, I used to stay up all night gaming. I spent all day sleeping during school breaks. I always kept my door shut because the hallway, like everything else in the house, was fucking creepy. It was when I started doing this that the late evening and early afternoon somebody would knock on my door. It would happen whether my parents were home or at work, whether the dogs were in the house or not. Soft, fast taps on my door about 3 or 4 feet up, childlike for knocking. They would knock rapidly and then stop, and then knock rapidly and stop. There was nothing angry about the knocks, so as much as it made the hair on the back of my neck stand up, it was never outright terrifying to me. I always got the vibe of somebody saying, "Are you just going to sleep all day? Why are you being so lazy? It's time to get up." Like they were just trying to be gentle to pester me into waking up. Never got up and opened the door, though. Shadow person at the window. I I was 7 or 8 at the time. I liked to sleep with my feet facing the wall. One night it was raining hard and thundering outside. You could literally feel the vibrations of the thunder. I was typically a hard sleeper in my childhood days, but it was so loud that I opened my eyes a little bit, and I just so happened to be facing the window when I slightly woke up. It was pitch black outside. My windows have sort of, jalousies, I don't know this word. I had to scream. All of a sudden there was a crack of thunder and lightning. For a split second, which felt like forever, what I saw in the brief flash of light from the lightning was a dark silhouette of a person looking into my window. The two hands gripping the ledge of the window on both sides of what I'm assuming was a half-circle shape of a head. It was not a real person, because where their eyes would be were instead two faint white oval-shaped cutouts of the dark shadow just hanging on my window looking inside. Needless to say, I quickly covered myself with my blanket, trying to process what I just saw. I did get brave after a few minutes and snuck a peek, but there's nothing there. The next day, being morning, I went to the back of the house to see how everybody could peek in. I was confused and curious. First of all, there's no ledge to grip on. Secondly, my room window is about 10 feet high. Thirdly, you can't see in because of the jalousies, or whatever that is. A crud-covered screen, a light curtain, and let alone night. I've only ever mentioned this to a few people. I still think about it every now and then, and I'll probably never forget it. I'm pretty sure that we have a ghost cat. I'm 44. I live in a townhouse with my hubby and my cat. My cat is my first pet ever. I have an extremely hard time going to sleep, and I'm also a very light sleeper. I have blackout curtains and I wear earplugs and a sleeping mask because even the most minimal of sounds, movement, or light will wake me up. The air conditioning can drop 1 degree and I'll wake up too. I don't even have a sound in my alarm because the vibration on its own will wake me up. I keep my cat in the bathroom at night because I can't handle her running over while I'm sleeping. And the hubby sleeps in a different room because he snores very loud to the point that earplugs don't even help me. So I have my sleeping mask and earplugs on as always. I was still wide awake. I was just lying in bed trying to fall asleep. My cat's in the bathroom and we call it her room. Hubby's in his room and suddenly I felt something plop on the bed. Something small, but had a little bit of a weight to it, like a cell phone or a wallet maybe. Enough to slightly feel the impact on the mattress. I thought that was odd because there's nothing remotely close enough to accidentally plop on the bed. And then shortly after I felt something touching my hair gently, and then I felt something walking on my pillow next to my head and above my head. It took several steps, like maybe 4, maybe 5 slow steps. I could feel and hear my pillow sinking with each step. It felt like a cat walking, except my cat isn't in the bathroom with the door closed. I immediately covered my head with my blanket, pretending to be asleep. Then this started happening more frequently, starting off small and now almost the exact time each night about 10 or 11 p.m. I was starting to become scared. Despite his snoring, I asked the hubby to sleep in the room. I also started letting my cat sleep in the bedroom at night, which to my surprise, he was actually behaving now. Just a few days ago, we were about to go to sleep. My cat was already asleep in her window bed, and I kid you not, I felt what seemed like something literally jumped up the wall on my side, landed between us with impact, then sprinted across the bed toward hubby's side. I could hear it too, quickly steps like pack, 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 pack. Then almost instantaneously would jump on the bed from the opposite side, on the side of the bed in the left corner, then walked along my pillow and stopped to play with my hair. I'm starting to think that there's more than one ghost cat. And that might sound weird, but I feel like I know what's about to happen or when it's happening. I feel like I can sense it now. I'll be lying down and I'll feel this weird pressure, mostly around my head, whenever it's about to touch me. Even though I have the windows closed, I'll sometimes feel a gentle, cool breeze running through my hair, touching my arm under the blanket. Sometimes I'll feel something like a humming vibration on random parts of my body. Sometimes I'll feel something like static electricity even when I'm lying still. One time I got zapped in the left temple while I was awake. I was alone and just reading on my phone, and my head actually tilted to the right. It reminded me of when my family went to Vegas and my brother and I would just run our shoes across the carpet to try to zap each other. It didn't hurt, but I was more surprised, if anything. It doesn't feel malicious to the point where I need to bless the house or anything. It just feels different. I don't have nightmares, and my cat doesn't seem to react to it. It doesn't bother the hubby at all. I don't actually see anything either when I do take off my sleep mask. I even set up cameras in my room, but all I see is, like, me moving around at night. I think it may be a little scared of my cat. Nothing happens when my cat's next to me. So this all started pretty recently, like maybe within the last couple of months. It's almost become a nightly thing. We're the first owners of this house and lived here for 15 years, and nothing like this happened before. It happens so often that I'm no longer scared, but mostly a little bit annoyed. Not sure why we have a ghost cat and how it even got here. I don't think I'm going crazy. Does anybody else have a ghost cat? I don't know if anybody heard the cat noises several weeks ago, but there was a cat. One of the first cats that genuinely liked me for some reason. Came running down the street, and this is in a sort of a third world country, underdeveloped area, and anyway, this cat comes. And it had the loudest meow you'd ever hear, to the point where you could be asleep and it'd wake you up from outside the house, 2 stories down, you could still hear this cat. This sort of pseudo-neighbor's dog one day just had all these red marks all over its face. Said that it was from this cat that would walk around and was actually incredibly nice. My dog is a little bit of a dick, and I put up with my dog, so I don't see why this puppy would get scratched by it, but anyhow, dog's face is covered in all of this red, almost mange-looking stuff, but could be that the puppy was attacking it or playing with it and the cat would scratch its face. But anyway, I think the neighbor picked this stray cat up, put it on their motorbike, and drove away some distance and dropped it off because I can't find it. I was gonna adopt it, I'm not really wealthy enough to be able to feed everything on the planet here. But I was gonna anyway because I'm an idiot, and I can't find this cat. I've never really owned a cat seriously, but being a person who reads haunted stories and stuff like this, a black cat was kind of funny, having a black dog and a black cat. So, point is, usually when people say they see things in the corner of their eyes, I get it. I mean, certainly there are reasons for this to happen, but I do gotta say, after not being able to find this black cat, that felt like I was, gonna be the one caring for it. And ever since I can't find it and I keep driving around looking for it, I do keep hearing it. I know everybody says that their cat has a very specific meow, but this cat wasn't even mine, but I'll tell you, it was a very specific meow. So yes, does anybody else have a ghost cat? Recently, sort of. I'm gonna shut up now. Something was toying with me. Back when I, 30-year-old female, was 18, I was living with my epileptic godmother in her townhouse. It's worthwhile to say at this point I absolutely did not believe in ghosts, like 0%. It's also safe to say that after this experience, that's changed dramatically. One evening around midnight, I was talking on the phone with my then boyfriend. That's when I heard my godmother have a seizure in her bedroom across the hall. This was a commonish occurrence that we've gone through a million times over the years. So I calmly got off the phone. I was going to her room when dialing 911, knowing that we'd be making a trip to the hospital. Sadly, my godmother can't come out of her seizures without hospitalization. Now, for those of you who don't know, seizure sounds are very distinct. The way someone grunts or how their superpowered limbs hit the floor. There's nothing else like it. So imagine to my surprise as I opened my godmother's door to find her and her 2 dogs sleeping peacefully. I apologized for the mistake to the 911 operator and went back to my bedroom, confused but relieved that she was okay. So I called my boyfriend back and explained what just happened. He agreed it was odd, but whatever. Another 10 minutes goes by as we're on the phone, and I hear the sounds again, the grunts, the hitting the floor repeatedly, all coming from my godmother's room again. I tell my boyfriend, there it is again. She's absolutely having a seizure. But this time I don't hang up and instead keep him on the phone as I go check the room. As I approached the door, he said he could hear those background noises as well from the phone. But as I turned the doorknob, the sound stopped. I still go in and see my grandmother and her 2 dogs still sleeping as they were 10 minutes ago. At this point, I'm annoyed, but still not really thinking ghosts, but rather maybe some stray animal got into the house because it was snowing outside. Maybe it's somehow making similar noises. So I tell my boyfriend I'll call him in the morning and toss my phone into the bedroom. I wind up exploring the house for some sort of justification. Well, I looked everywhere. Every room empty, every window and every door locked. As I mentioned, it was snowing outside, and I even peeked out to see if there were any little prints, and nothing. Just fresh snow. At this point, I'm super confused but very confident that there's nothing unusual in the house, so I go back upstairs to my bedroom, close my door, and I'm about to watch some TV in bed. However, 15 to 30 seconds after closing my door, I heard the distinct creaking of the last step from the staircase outside my door. Just as I made the split-second realization that there's no way that could be my godmother, there came 3 aggressively loud, clear-as-day knocks at my bedroom door. I can only describe the feeling as if my blood instantly evaporated from my veins. I didn't speak, and I sure as hell didn't answer the door, but rather jumped into action, shoving my dresser in front of my door to block it. I grabbed my phone to try and call my godmother to wake her or alert her without this thing knowing, but no luck. I go to call the police, but realizing that I'd already mistakenly called 911 earlier and knowing that I just saw an empty house for myself, there was a good chance that they wouldn't be pleased if they made the same discovery. So I called my boyfriend, who drove over and got in the emergency car. Or rather, got into the house with the emergency key, I believe. He explored the house and around from the inside and outside. Nothing. No signs of anybody entering or exiting the house. My disbelief in ghosts, however, is gone for good. Thankfully, since this was 12 years ago, and even though I remember it like it was yesterday, I wrote about it in my journal back then, so I know I'm not misremembering. Part of me wishes I opened the door to see what it wanted. But survival instincts say I made the right choice. But if anybody else has a similar experience or an alternative explanation, I'm all ears. The haunting within the AIT barracks. Trigger warning. Suicide. I'm a soldier in advanced individual training. I must preface that I'm writing this on my phone and apologize for the poor grammar and paragraph structure. No problem. I cannot say the base nor barracks in case this gets me in trouble. I've heard of a lot of stories about the barracks being haunted and a high number of suicides in the building. There was one room on the first floor that somebody had killed himself. There's still blood on the ceiling and a piece of evidence taped on the door. Not much happened on the first floor, though, so I didn't really believe the quote-unquote activity until they moved me from the holds floor into the second floor with the other people from my MOS. I was told that 2 kids hung themselves in a closet in the same room. They wouldn't tell us which one, though. I got roomed alone with no swing mates, the people you share your bathroom with. Or even my roommates. My room connects to another through a bathroom. So nobody's on the other room, and for the past couple of days I've heard knocking and banging coming from the other side. Today I walked into my bathroom to find the door connected to the other room ajar. I walk in and smell an awful, putrid smell. All the lights were on. I checked the closets, nothing was in them except a brain of except some sort of black paint on a shelf. I closed the door and heard the drawer open from the closet, and I just closed and dipped. If anybody wants pictures, let me know. Haven't told drill sergeants about it because I'd rather deal with a sad spirit than be moved into a room with another person without a roommate. My paranormal experiences that made me believe, from Mount Zion National Park. First off, I'm not the best writer, but I've wanted others' opinions and hopefully find similar experiences to mine. I went to southern Utah for a wilderness therapy program I was put into when I was 17 from my father. The town I got to call Kanab in the lower part of southern Utah had the program that I went called Wingate Wilderness Therapy. Overall, a great program. But my first couple of weeks I tried to run away given I'm from Michigan. Doesn't make a lot of sense now, but on my second week on a Friday, we're all setting up camp for the weekend on these low mountains in the upper fields called the Whites. I remember I made up my mind one last time to run and booked it, and made it down the small dirt access trail along the side of the mountain going down in a curve. The first thing I noticed before I came around one bend was how quick it was starting to get dark around me. When I came around this one bend, I remember about 45 yards or 40 yards away, this 6'7" or 9" tall black mass that had the sorry, this guy's writing's intense. Had the muscular and skinny kind of build. I couldn't make out what it was at all, but I remember instantly feeling on edge and nervous. I yelled at it, asking who it was and what it did and what it wanted, but it never moved at all. By the point I remember how dark it was, nearly all around me, I started hearing footsteps run down from up around the bend. They came and I looked back real quick and couldn't see anything. I remember quickly turning back to whatever was down that road in front of me. It was gone, and by that point, after I could only see arm lengths in front of me, but I remember hearing those footsteps running down still toward me from where it had come. Started yelling, "Who was there? Who are you? What do you want?" Started hearing somebody call my name and yell for me to ask if anybody was out there, and I remember answering and saying, "Yes, I'm here. Who are you?" But the person didn't hear me from about 20 yards. It seemed way away in the dark, and heard the footsteps get about 3 steps away before they stopped, and the dude said, "Is anyone there?" And I answered him, and he was a camp guide from the program from another camp, and I ran past at some point, and he was coming to me to see if he could find me, and I asked him a couple more multiple times if he heard me responding to him maybe 50 yards away and 30, and he said, "No, I never heard you." I'm sorry, this one is brutal. If anybody knows what's being said, let me know. I got super close, and at that point I just broke down. I have no idea what I'd seen. I felt so vulnerable and scared and weak just an instant after he told me he couldn't hear me. Also remembers 2 additional staff members that were driving in water trucks pulled up, and his dude Andrew that drove one wore this huge deer antler necklace and ghost beads with dried up Junie berries. He confirmed almost for sure that I'd met a skinwalker, and he told some of his stories, to which he said he wore the necklace. Sorry for the bad punctuation and spelling. You're sort of forgiven, I guess. But you're making me look very bad. But I have a certain amount of time, so I'm going to blast through. The Shrouded Figure. It began at a time when I was low and crying all the time. I started to feel like I wasn't alone. I was half asleep. I would often think that there was a cat curled up beside me. We did not own a cat. Then I saw this tall, shadowy figure watching me at work. It was like a tall 7-foot man covered in a shroud. It shifted from white, gray, and black. I felt like this thing was following me even into the shower. I tried to ignore it, but then it showed up in my room. I kept the curtains open constantly in an effort to let in as much light as possible. This thing would stand in front of my wardrobe and spend night after night standing there watching me. When I was away for Christmas, my housemate went into my room because her spiritual friend sensed something there. At this point, I'd never told anybody what was going on because I thought they would think I was mad. He said whatever was in the room didn't like men. It was cat-like and scratched him. Wanted to protect me so it could feed off of me. Anyway, eventually I had enough of being watched. It took so much nerve. When I think I got it to go away. Told it that it was not human and I was banishing it from this house. And this town. This world, really. Not to come anywhere near me or my friends ever again. It appeared for the last time by the door. It was blood red, and for the first time it showed me a face. It pressed through the shroud. It was furious. I wasn't convinced that it was its true visage. I blinked and it was gone. The following morning, I woke from a dream of Jesus screaming as wooden nails were hammered through his palms. When I opened my eyes, my arms were out, laying on the pillow at the right edges of the bed, and my palms were so badly hurt I couldn't open them fully for half an hour. I'm not religious, and I've never had such an intense dream before or since. After breakfast, I meditated, imagining a ball of blue energy between my hands. I breathed in, breathed out, imagining with each breath that I was filling the house with this, lovely positive light. After that, things felt much better. I never saw the shrouded figure again. I never heard about the nails being made of wood in that biblical reference. Is that true? I would assume it would have been metal, given all of the other metal abound. I found a bloody pad. I'm 19 years old and I've been living alone for about 2 years. Lately, very strange things have been happening in the toilet of my house. I can't explain what happened. In short, things happen in the toilet of my house that don't happen in other parts of my house. Only at night the lights flash. I've changed the bulb many times, but I guess the problem isn't the electricity. One night when I suddenly woke up and tried to go to the toilet, I saw gray and odorless smoke emanating from below, and you might say it was sleepy. But I swear that smoke was real. I believe my eyes. I've experienced many strange things like this, and a few days ago I found a bloody pad in the toilet's trash can. You cannot imagine the fear I experienced, as I'm a person who does not believe in paranormal events in general, always looking for logical explanation. I haven't let anybody into my house these last few months. No woman entered my house. I had emptied this damn trash can just a few days ago, and I was completely sure it was empty. I've been stuck at work for a few days. It's a pretty shitty situation. Today, based on your advice, I bought a few security cameras. Went to my house with my employees. They helped me a lot, and we placed the cameras in the house and scratched every part of the house in detail. I couldn't find any signs of forced entry into my home, but before I left the house, I made sure to close the door to the room, and I mainly used for drawing and creating my tattoo designs. I always keep the door of that room closed. However, when we returned home to set up the cameras, the door was open. This scared me quite a bit. Checked to see if anything had been taken from inside, and everything was in its place. I couldn't find that damn woman in my house. Fortunately, I don't really have the courage to stay at home right now. I'll stay at my employee's house for a few days and review the camera records. I still can't get over the shock I experienced. There is a saying among the Turks. When they're very surprised or very scared, they say, "I've turned another year old." That's exactly what I felt. A few hours ago, my employees and I went to my house again and decided to review the camera footage by connecting it to my computer. We began began monitoring cameras that had recorded most areas of my home for 2 nights. God, I will never forget that moment. When it was midnight, it was clearly visible that there was a woman entering my house through my kitchen window, squeezed and barely able to enter. I immediately realized the situation. I immediately understood who this woman was. As I mentioned before, the house I live in was a gift from my father on the 18th birthday. We used this house as a summer house throughout most of my childhood. When I was a little kid, this woman who broke into my house went through my refrigerator, smoked an e-cigarette in my toilet, and threw her bloody pad in my trash can. Liked me. What? At this time, I was 15, she was 20. This sounds very strange, but at the time I didn't realize that woman was a pedophile and was literally harassing me. I couldn't understand it. I was also taking care of her, but when my mother realized the situation, she reported the woman, said that she was a pedophile, and took her away from me. After this, the woman began to be remembered badly where we lived, and everybody said she was a pedophile. They did not accept her and stayed away from her. And after these events, the woman moved from the area where she lived and started living in a distant place. I haven't seen her in years. I almost forgot she existed. This pedophile who took care of me when I was 15 entered my house in the middle of the night. I watched all of this on camera. She jumped in through the window, rummaged through my refrigerator, took an apple. After that, she turned on my TV and started watching. It was like she knew I wasn't home. Then she went up to my room, took a few of my shirts, and smelled them. She did not leave one of them and took it with her and left home. She stayed at my house for about 1 hour. This woman, who lives comfortably in my house without paying rent, was the pedophile of my childhood. My hands are still shaking, although I'm not a man who's easily impressed. But what I saw was too much. My friends and I are going to the police to present the camera footage and a file complaint, but I want to face that bitch and settle the score. If I get confirmation from the police that this will not be a problem, I'll share the footage here immediately. Wish me luck. Okay. That story was very strange, scary, and weird on multiple levels, and confusing. Moving on. Any thoughts? For context, this happened when I was 21. I'm 35 now. I was living back with my mom in a 2-story, 3-bedroom house. I had just moved back home from Virginia and was sleeping down in the basement. I was in an old bar room, which had been fully finished. I slept on the bar table since I didn't have my own bed to sleep on. One night, I can't say definitively when, but I was sound asleep after going to bed at maybe 2330 that night, which is 11:30. Suddenly, out of my REM sleep, I was physically lifted 3 feet and thrown 8 feet across the room. I distinctly remember waking up and then being in the air and finally hitting the floor, way too far away to have been propelled myself on my own, with a sharp pain in my elbow and back. Sadly, I must say I didn't have any other similar incidents in that house. So that's unfortunately my only experience of that type. I will state, though, that I didn't feel any malicious intent, nor was I afraid. And at the time, I was much too tired to care. So I forced myself to go back to sleep the rest of the night. I moved out about a month later, and since have nothing even remotely similar happening. I'd truly love any insight into what this may have been. I firmly believe it was nothing to do with myself, as for the potential muscle spasms causing me to be thrown that far. I will say I have sincere doubts. I'm a fairly strong person, but even I can't push my body from a sleep state, force myself 3 feet off a wooden surface, then propel myself across the room. I've also never had any sleep disorders or muscle spasms in my life. Yeah, that would wake me up. Oil Candle Incident. Some things before the actual story that need to be mentioned. My room is the only one directly connected to the kitchen. The room where my grandmother was staying is on the other side of the house. The quote-unquote candle isn't really a candle. It's a special cup filled with oil. In it, a little wick attached to a metal platform is floating and a picture of Jesus is attached to the cup. The house in which this takes place is an old house, 50-plus years since it's been built. Everything in it creaks. My family is highly religious. The belief is Orthodox Christian. I myself have a different belief, which I will not share, but it's polytheistic. For all I know, 3 people died in that house. My great-grandparents from my grandpa's side and my grandpa himself. Now on to the actual story. It was summer and I was at my grandmother's house and I had trouble sleeping. And this specific night I couldn't sleep at all. Before me and my grandma, went to sleep, she cleaned and refilled this candle with oil and put in a new wick. I was awake all night. The door that connects the house to the kitchen creaks like crazy. So I would have at least, heard and not only seen if somebody were to enter the kitchen. Like I said, that was a sort of specifically rough night for me. And at about 5 a.m. I didn't sleep at all. I emerged from my room to go make some breakfast, watch the sunrise, and I noticed that the quote-unquote candle was missing the oil in the wick. I searched for a good half an hour thinking that maybe the cup holding the oil had broken somewhere, somehow leaked the oil. There wasn't a trace of oil or the wick in the whole kitchen. I refilled the candle and put a new wick. Since this happened, a lot of other stuff started to happen in that house. But it seemed to only happen to me. I was getting scratches and pushed around, and I was getting my hair pulled, and all my stuff would somehow break the moment it was taken out of my room. Since the start of this year, I've refused to go to my grandma's house. That's because I don't genuinely feel good there anymore. On the rare occasion that I do go there, on visits to my grandma or family meetups, I'll get scratched and hurt, and one time something pushed me down so hard the stairs I actually ended up in the hospital with a dislocated shoulder and a broken rib. Not to mention the broken lip and bruises. Please bring to my attention, Please bring to my attention is I flagged this wrong because I genuinely do not know how to flag this, and I need some answers because I feel like I'm going crazy every time I try to figure it out on my own. A 2.5-year-old said that she sees a little boy today, biting her toes. Imaginary friend. Okay. The last few days when my daughter wakes up, she tells me how Grandpa's dead right away when she opens her eyes. Why is Grandpa Dad Mommy? Or Mommy Grandpa's dad? My dad passed away 6 weeks ago. Anyway, I just calmly say yes, Grandpa's in heaven. Last night she wakes up at 2 a.m. hysterical. That something bit her. We sleep together, and this hasn't even happened before, but I just figure she's had a bad dream. She was hysterical, saying, "Mama, I don't want to stay in this room. Let's go downstairs. I'm scared." Today, she's in the toilet going to the washroom, and I hear her saying, "You're bad. Stop it." I come around the corner, and I say, "Who are you talking to?" She's like, "This boy here, he's a bad boy." Just points and stares. I'm like, "What boy?" She just looks at me and back to the same spot. "The boy here, Mama. He bites my toes." Now I'm like, this is weird, but okay. Maybe he's tickling your toes or biting them. And she replied that he's biting them and he's so bad and naughty. Anyway, so imaginary friends are common at 2.5. Here I am thinking, do I need to burn some sage in my home? Secret Society, Manchester. I dreamt there were certain beings that had supernatural strength, speed, and precision, and fueled the negative emotions like anger and hate. They didn't have a reason to. I couldn't have a conversation with one without them saying hateful things as a response to everything I said. They obviously weren't human entirely, although they looked very much like humans. A female one had a centaur body, another looked like a normal man. There were people fighting them. Best reference I can give is JJK. They were like a secret society of people who could use supernatural abilities. Not as far as summoning an army of goblins, but they could cause things to ignite and they could float or fall slowly. They were trained to. I spoke with one. He showed me that he had a small fabric square, exactly like the ones they made baby books out of, but it had a small wooden cube inside of it. No in the center or anything, just inside, and he explained it was used similarly to how baby toys are used to develop their senses. It's used to develop a sense or skill detrimental to having said abilities. I started off the night having sleep paralysis and waking dream. I was awake with my eyes open looking at my partner. I kept trying to touch and shake her awake, but every time I reached out, I felt like I reached with an astral hand. The moment I realized it wasn't my actual hand, I reset back to trying to wake her up. Felt like I was in a time loop over and over again. I heard rock music, which I don't even listen to, and other demonic sounds as this was happening. Each reset the sounds, getting louder. There must have been 15 to 20 resets before I actually woke up and then told her what happened briefly. Not going into detail, as I knew she was half asleep, I then fell back asleep. This is when the dream begun. I started to learn everything. I was killed, but these creatures in the dream over and over again, each time like reliving and then being killed again. After going through that a number of times and getting mired and intense, I woke up hyperventilating and wheezing. I was ill anyway, with a cold or flu, but this wheezing was heavier than before. My partner, along with our baby, woke up and went to the bathroom. Okay. I then took my inhaler to stabilize myself. I wrote down what little I could remember as not to forget because this dream felt realer than any I've had in years. I then went back to sleep after, and the second half of the dream happened. When I woke up, I noticed I have a small 1mm paper cut on my left middle finger. I was in before all night and went to sleep without it. I live in Manchester, England. If anybody knows who these people are, what the creatures are, and what happened to me, please let me know. Massage chair suddenly had a male voice come on and gave me a compliment. So this morning, my wife was downstairs and was coming out of the laundry room when something unusual happened. This is the first time something like this took place. We have an Osaki massage chair downstairs that supports only very specific voice commands and Bluetooth. The massage chair uses a robotic female voice. The voice commands are not nearly as smart as Alexa or Google Home or Apple Siri. Anyway, as my wife was stepping into the short hallway from the laundry room, she suddenly heard the chair start to power itself on. But it didn't start doing any massages. She only heard the initial startup of the chair. I was asleep, so she thought it might have been me messing with her. What happened next is the chair said a compliment in a male's voice. After the chair was done powering up, she heard a male say, "Hi, your hair looks different today." What? She quickly went upstairs to find me asleep, but I was already waking up and she was telling me about what just happened. Later that same day, my wife and I decided it would be good to do a channeling. She's far more experienced with channeling than I am. When she got into a sort of meditative state to channel, she asked, "Did the voice have anything to do with paranormal activities? Is it evil?" Yes, it was paranormal, but not evil. She asked a few more questions to clarify what had happened. She found it was just a greeting that came from my wife's male spirit guide. And me, as a male reading, now learned that if I claim to a female that their hair is different, that counts as apparently a compliment. Nice. Could hear a church bell a few days after the passing of a loved one mean anything? And I wasn't near a church. I've been raised by my grandparents my entire life. My grandfather passed away a few weeks ago, very suddenly at age 68 after being admitted to the hospital. My grandmother called me to say his O2 levels were dropping and come to the hospital. Less than a minute after I entered the room, he passed away peacefully with me and my grandmother by his side, holding each hand and saying how much we loved him and it's okay to pass. My grandmother also kept saying for him to let her know that he's okay and to wait for her. He looked peacefully asleep the entire time from the moment I entered the room and even after he passed. I've been trying my best to keep my grandmother company since she's never been alone before. There's been a lot of small coincidences, like him waiting for me to get to the room to say goodbye before passing and a lot of other small stuff. One of the weirdest things was 3 days after he passed. I was sitting downstairs with my grandmother. It was completely silent because we were trying to find a show or a movie to watch. I distinctly heard a deep church bell ring only once. It sounded exactly like Big Ben. I paused for a moment and asked my grandmother, "Did you hear that too?" And she did, described exactly what I also heard. We live out in the country, not near any churches, only farms and fields around us. Nothing could describe where the distinct bell chime came from. It was just us in the house and we weren't moving. Does this mean anything at all? I know death is natural and we'll all experience it, but this has been so incredibly hard. He was the closest thing I ever had to a father. I've never seen death before and it was so sudden. I have a lot of wishing I spent more time with him before he left. Sorry if this is TMI and not the appropriate subreddit. I just wanted to type this out and I'm still grieving heavily and I question these coincidences and the church bell so much. I'm 26 and I just wish and I assumed that he'd be around a long time. I just always thrived on making him and my grandmother proud. So hard. I feel you. I think I may have a new friend, a ghost called Simon. Well, this is something that's been happening to me for about 5 months, I think. I don't think it's coincidence anymore, honestly. I don't know if his name is Simon either, but oh well. 5 months ago, I was left completely alone in my house. And I mean boredom with a mix of tranquility. You know the kind. Since I was bored, I wanted to do rituals, and the easiest one in my opinion was the bottle. Like that challenge from years ago, the bottle flip. The thing is, being alone in my room, I started asking the typical questions as always. I'm horrible at that game, to be honest. I was surprised to get it right twice, especially when I asked it if it was male and when I asked if I could call him Simon. I don't know if his name is Simon, he didn't tell me his real name. Well, that day I put a censor because I really wasn't comfortable. I felt watched. Simon's appearances are not very active. He usually throws a stuffed animal at me or throws objects that really shouldn't fall by logic. Today I was just drying my hair with the hairdryer. I think Simon pulled the hairdryer because there's literally no way that air could do that. Sometimes I feel watched, like now that I'm writing this, I don't know. I feel Simon behind me. I feel like it is Simon. It's like, man, stop looking at me, please. Childhood memory of a dark figure in the window. I think about this every now and again. I thought I could fit it here. This happened when I was maybe 7, maybe 8, around Christmas time. It's in rural eastern Finland. It must have been early in the evening since I remember it being fairly light outside, although the sun had already begun setting. So I remember the moment quite well. I was playing in the living room with my brother, 4 years younger than me. And when I happened to look over at the window, I stopped in my tracks. There was a smallish figure sort of pressed up against the glass. I remember it being pretty much completely black, possibly wearing a hat of some sort. Absolutely zero facial features I could make out despite it being bright enough to see the backyard well. I jumped away from the window and ran off the second I looked over. I can still hear the sound of its hands coming off the window as well as the sound of it running away, even though it's been at least 13 years since that very brief moment. I remember looking at my brother who had seen the same thing. We were both freaked out and hurried to tell our mom, who pretty understandably shrugged it off. I just texted my brother to ask if he still remembers it. He definitely does, although we're not sure of his memory being influenced by me talking about it or him being so young at the time. It is, of course, very possible that it was just some kid peering in, but I think it's worth stressing the fact that my childhood home was in a rural area. I think a grand total of 2 classmates of mine lived within a 2-kilometer radius. I feel like if one of them were to visit, they would have come to the front door instead of the back window. As I didn't consciously choose to refer to the figure as an it, just didn't exactly perceive it as being a human for whatever reason. That's not to say it most likely wasn't. It's creepy enough to have someone human peering into our house windows. It's always just felt too weird to me, especially the figure being nearly pitch black and, for what I can remember, faceless. That's about it. There's probably nothing much to solve or anything like that. This will likely just remain a weird memory. I'd be really curious to hear what anybody has to say, though. Share your own creepy, true, and spooky stories. Mine is pretty lame compared to what I'm sure others have experienced, but I still will share it. About 10 years ago, when I was in my mid-teens, I was going through a typical grouchy teenage hormonal stage. I had been raising chickens for eggs at the time, and I lived on my parents' 5-acre wood-secluded property. So putting the chickens away at night after dark always creeped me out. Constantly felt like something was watching me. My dog always came with me until he got too old and I didn't want him to have to walk in the dark and would lock him so he wouldn't hurt himself. A lot of mildly creepy things happened at night there, but nothing stood out to me like this night. I just locked the chicken door for the night and I had the most overwhelming urge to run and book it to the house. I didn't normally get that creeped out. Turned, started running, and didn't look back. I could hear rustling in the bushes and jingling in the woods. Once I got inside, I made sure the door was locked right. Also double-checked to make sure my dog was in fact locked in. He was, and seemed extra agitated too. A short while later, I heard what sounded like a herd of horses galloping right past the house. I know it sounds crazy, and it was mid-autumn, so it wasn't even that late, maybe 8:30. Turned the light on outside. No sign of horses. I wasn't sleepy or tired and hadn't had any alcohol or anything that could possibly alter my thinking. No one's even had horses close enough for me to hear them that close or that clearly. I checked the next morning, no signs of horses running through the yard. No hoof prints or torn up grass or anything. My dog remained on edge the rest of the night and didn't want to go out to go potty. After that, I started experiencing horrible night terrors and sleep paralysis where I would think things were attacking me and wouldn't be able to move. I do have some other strange happenings, but nothing as weird as that. Like I said, this is probably nothing compared to others' experiences. Small retort from the gecko there. Here are a few things I've experienced over the past 5 years. Hope you enjoy. The experiences I'm sharing with you are all genuine. These are not experiences I've pulled out of thin air, which I know some like to do. These are just a few experiences which have been the bane of my existence. I've been going through things like this since a young boy, and especially since I started messing with Ouija boards and astral projection. Hope you enjoy. 1. I saw a bright white orb about the size of a golf ball while in my camper van one night that hovered from one end of the camper van all the way to the right in front of my face. And then it proceeded to hover right in front of me, to which I then started to run my finger through it before it faded out and disappeared. 2. Laying on my bed around midday one day with my eyes closed. All of a sudden in my mind's eye appeared this floating white light and realm. Then all of a sudden the sound of birds in a rainforest, and I would call ultra high definition. They appeared out of nowhere, which I could hear to the left of me. Then shortly after, a feeling of intense full-body euphoria and bliss came over me while listening to the birds in the rainforest. It lasted about 10 seconds. Sounded like a heavenly realm. 3. Laying in bed one night to be woken up by the feeling of something crawling all over my back, which was not actually there. It felt to be around the weight of a large rat, which was latching onto my back. I then fell asleep, shortly after I wake up to an out-of-body sound of a loud bang in the stairway of the house, and then the sound of boom, 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 someone heavily walking up the stairs. I then shot out of bed in a panic, still out of body, to hold the door shut to protect my partner at the time who was in the door. But then I remembered my mom was sleeping on the floor below. I felt I had to protect her, so I sharply pulled open the door and then realized the being coming up the stairs was coming up the first flight of stairs, and not the one I was on. House had 3 floors. I then looked over the banister and I saw a bright red light from about halfway up the stairs where the sound of the footsteps were coming from. But as I looked over the banister, I could see more of what it was like a dog. It looked like a dog in the top of the stairs looking up at me, giving me direct eye contact. The dog had bright blue eyes and had patchy fur. I then woke up shortly after. 4. Lying in bed one night, sick and weak, still awake. And whenever I would close my eyes and relax my body to try to get some sleep, I would fall into paralysis. An extremely loud humming sound would appear in my mind to what sounded like a light traveling at a high speed. It sounded like it came from a distance, to which it would then travel to just the center of my brain before it would jolt me out of a paralysis. This happened about 5 times over roughly a 15-minute period. Then after that, I was laying there with my eyes closed, and once again I fell into paralysis, to which I then started to see in my mind a light appear, and a figure with long hair and a beard and robes, which looked similar to Jesus holding up some sort of 2-fingered hand gesture, peered out of the light, and then spoke the words, "I've always loved you." Then came out of my paralysis, and I then shortly after fell asleep. 5. Laying in a hospital one night and I fell into paralysis with my eyes closed. Then after this happening a few times, it came on again, and I then found myself laying there with a pale, dark-haired, really skinny, almost gaunt-looking girl. Almost a heavy drug addict looked like about her. Latched onto my side, holding me tightly, rubbing my genitals. Like the story on the birds in the rainforest, where I could feel a euphoria through my body, I could feel a similar feeling with this girl, but maybe 50% of its potency. While this was happening, even though my eyes were closed, I could still see, like in the room, as if it was an out-of-body experience, but laying in my body still. This went on for maybe 15 seconds, then all of a sudden I jolted out of paralysis, opened my eyes. Same hospital. A few days later, laying in bed. I fell asleep into paralysis, and I found myself standing in a dark room with a dark-haired, pale girl sat on my shoulders. I looked up at her, and as I looked up my eyes, she looked eye to eye, and she said to me, "Hi, my name is Babe." I then jolted once again and proceeded to open my eyes. 6. Laying in bed once again, I fell into paralysis. I could see as my eyes were open, in the room was a demon-looking being hovering in front of me, trying to get closer to me. and as it would get closer to me, I would speak the words, "Come on then," in hopes to show that I wasn't frightened, in the hopes that it would leave. And when I would say these words, it would back away from me. This would happen back and forth, maybe 5 times before I managed to jolt myself out of a paralysis. 7. Around midday, I decided to lay down for a while. As I was laying there, I fell into paralysis. As I did, I found myself looking into an environment outside of my own. It was almost here and there. I was still aware of the room I was laying in, while I also was aware of this other realm. I came face to face with a demonic-like being, and I went to go hug this being to show him not scared. You don't need to be this way to be out of nowhere, and a separate being shouted extremely loudly as if it were in the room, and I was laying in and shouted in an almost panicked voice, "No!" This made me jolt, and I came out of my paralysis. I then opened my eyes. 8. Unfortunately, I was going through a light phone phase at this point. Taking a break from smartphones, so didn't have a smartphone to capture any of this. Wish I did now, though. This went on for about a year. Got to the point that I would see orbs on a regular basis, to such a degree I would see several hundred a day. Whoa. And also to such a degree that I at times would be surrounded by multiple in one sitting. As I would sit in rooms filled with orbs, I would hear voices that came along with them. They would say things such as, "Chris, stay there. Don't do that. Leave it. Listen. Come home. Stop." These voices reached a degree at point where I would hear full conversations faintly in the room chattering away. The voices I would hear were what sounded like 2 different presences, 2 female and 1 male. What also came with those orbs and voices were experiencing being physically touched across my body. I would feel pokes and strokes all over my body, my genitals being the most popular area of the body, which would be pretty much regular basis. Bear in mind, these pokes and strokes across my body would be at points reaching a level of pain where it got so painful to experience I would shout, "Ouch!" I'd have to tell it to stop. And at some time of all this happening, there was also bangs and knocks on the walls, which would reach such a degree that I would hear them almost every 5 seconds or so. Some of these bangs were so loud that they would make me jump out of my skin with fright. 9. Laying in bed one night, and I fell into paralysis. And as this came on, I opened my eyes, and in the dark room I was laying with the sound of somebody sprinting up the stairs, and they came out of nowhere. The sound of somebody sprinting up the stairs would then proceed to run from the stairs and into the room I was in, and then jump in the bed, to which I could literally feel the bed move. After this happening, I would then have it force myself out of the paralysis. This happened about 3 times in one night. 10. I woke up on 3 occasions in the night to a girl sucking my toe on 2 of them. The other, she was sat on my lap grinding on me. The first night I was sleeping on my own, as I normally do, from the front. Then I woke up to my left leg, which had been lifted back and up into the air. Felt someone holding my foot and sucking on my big toe. I looked back and I pulled my foot away, and when I did this girl, which had really long straight hair, thin structure, stood up really sharply in a tantrum and shouted, "Ah!" It was because I wouldn't let her do it. I looked away briefly to push myself up out of bed, and then I looked back and she was gone. The second was a similar experience, although this time I didn't pull away and I let her carry on. It felt really good, so I just let it happen. I then fell back asleep. The last experience was I'd fallen asleep on my back this time, which I usually avoid because when I do, I normally end up in sleep paralysis. But I had fallen asleep on my back anyway, and I woke up really tired and drained to the same girl on top of me grinding on my crotch. She was pulled in really close to me with her chest and faced up against me. This was intense and extremely sensual. I didn't push her away, and it went on for maybe 20 seconds until I fell asleep. Bear in mind, my mom visited a demonologist. Think that's what it was that they're called. She likes to see mediums from time to time, and before I told her about any of this, the woman she saw told her that I had a demon attached to me that won't leave me alone. It's always with me, and that it's trying to drain me. She then proceeded to tell my mom that the demon doesn't like what's on my back and it angers it. My mom had to think for a minute to grasp what she may have meant by this. Then my mom remembered that I have a tattoo of an angel on my back. That very last line gives me a thought. But, sweet dreams. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we dive deep into the eerie. Subscribe and hit notifications to stay on top of our latest chilling tales. Get ready to be haunted by the unexpected. I think there's a ghost cat in my new apartment. It's been a while since I felt like I was being haunted. I can't stand the paranormal stuff that's happened in my life, so I chose not to believe in it. I do everything I can to avoid it. Recently, I moved into a new apartment. I spent 2 weeks unpacking and prepping the place before moving my cats in from out of state. That was the longest I've been without them. I miss them like crazy. Often during the last 2 weeks, I would see a cat walking around in the corner of my eye. I chalked it up to just really missing my cat and my brain projecting it. My close friend was watching my cats while I moved, and we would FaceTime often during that time, so I could see my kitties. At one point, they said that they thought they saw a cat in the background of a previous FaceTime call, but since my cats were with them, they knew I didn't have a cat at my new apartment. Thought maybe it was something else. I'll still see cat-like figures out of the corner of my eye, but when I turn, it's nothing, so I don't really think much of it. But the other night, I was watching TV and I swear I saw a dark cat-like figure walk across my hall, went near the TV. I looked up and both my cats were sleeping on the cat tree next to the couch I was on. It only spooked me a little and I couldn't stop thinking about it that night. Today, at around 4 p.m., I let my cats out of my balcony. Or rather, onto the balcony. I have 2 sliding doors to the balcony. One goes to my living room and the other goes to my bedroom. I was standing between the bedroom and the living room sliding door, soaking in the sun and spacing out on my phone. That's when I see a shadow of a cat walk from the living room to the bedroom. I look up and both my cats are asleep on my bed. I definitely would have noticed, and I heard if they had jumped up and curled on my bed, but they clearly had been sleeping for a bit. Maybe I'm just seeing things, but what do you guys think? I've never had a paranormal experience with an animal, I don't think. So far it seems harmless, but I'm worried that if I give it any attention, it could turn into something else or be a dark entity. Unknown thing in apartment. My partner and I moved to a smaller foresty area in another state along the west coast a month ago. We moved into a newer apartment building too, so I didn't think we'd really face anything here. However, it hasn't really been the case. This is a real question because we can't find answers anywhere else and are hoping somebody maybe give us some sort of an insight. Things haven't been easy since we've gotten here, but my partner and I were still happy. Nowhere's hired me yet, so it's caused some stress, but nothing that's impacted our happiness. In the last 3 weeks or so, we've noticed that we've been arguing a lot lately. Emotions feel heightened and we're both on edge lately. We didn't think anything of it at first. Again, new move, no job. But then we started noticing the things that were happening in our apartment. I'll stop rambling and explain the events. Late at night, I game, up until 3, maybe 4 a.m. most nights. My fiancé sleeps during this time. When I'm out there alone, all animals are in the bedroom with my fiancé. I noticed noises that I could hear through my gaming headset. I hear what sounds like doors opening or glass dishes stacking on top of one another. Never anything aggressive, but still noticeable. I always check to see if animals are out. If my fiance came out, I'm always alone. Another experience I face is feeling like I'm being watched. That isn't too abnormal. Being alone in your apartment at night and dark can feel like that. But this feeling was different. Felt like fear being pushed on me. I saw a scratch appear on me randomly while we were in bed. Didn't burn very much, but it was 3 long scratches. Might be nothing, but it was weird. Nothing scratched me. We also went to bed one night and closed the bathroom door in our bedroom. Looked back over and it was cracked open. I can guarantee it was latched shut. Felt like something was watching us from the dark bathroom. Worked up the nerve to close the door, and roughly 5 minutes later, it sounded like something fell inside. Checked the next day, nothing was on the floor. There's barely anything in that bathroom as is. Now, here's what is making me curious about my experiences. It's almost like it's mimicking my fiancé. When I game, my fiancé likes to clean. Usually the dishes, or she sits in the living room and watches her show, stealing glances at me. I can't say it's a mimic because I've never heard it speak. Really just movements or feelings. On the other hand, my fiancé has some interesting experiences herself. Here are her experiences. Last week she went out to the kitchen to grab a drink. She saw a cat. This cat walked around the corner and was gone. Our 2 cats and little dog were in the bedroom with me. She said it didn't feel negative and that maybe it was her childhood cat checking in on her. What weirds me out is her childhood cat looks just like one of her current cats, possibly mimicking, like I said earlier. Tonight she went to the main bathroom to grab something. This was 4:25 a.m. She always glances at my gaming setup, but something made her glance again. This time she saw a shadow figure sitting in my gaming chair. She thought it was me. I was in our bedroom in bed, again, possible mimicking. My dog also looked at the bathroom door. That's while she was trying to sleep and started barking at it. I've always trusted my dog's instincts. My cats also tend to look at her bathroom door weird sometimes. She doesn't ever hear much, only what happened in the bathroom. I'm the one that hears these things, and she's the one that sees them. She always tends to see a shadow figure out of the corner of her eye. Sometimes not necessarily human form, just a shadow. But often in human form, it always tends to be her height, 5'7", 5'8". Again, I'm starting to worry because we started arguing more and these experiences are starting to feel negative and mimic-like. Just never hear her voice or animal sounds. Hope that I explained good enough. Forgive me, it's 5 a.m. Hope somebody can help us. Am I being haunted? For context, I'm 19 and live in a house together with my parents and her dog. My bedroom is on the 2nd floor together with 3 other rooms. The bathroom, my parents' bedroom, and a small room right next to my room with the door opposite of my door across the hallway. Hope I'm able to explain it well. That room used to be my stepsister's bedroom, but it was converted into a sort of gaming room for me and my dad after my stepsisters moved together with their mom again. Nowadays, we barely use it anymore, but back when I was little, me and my sisters used to play in there a lot. I always felt so uncomfortable. I don't really know how to describe it. I just absolutely hated that room, and since I was the youngest, my sisters always teased me about it. Sometimes they'd lock me in there alone to make me cry. To this day, every time I enter the room or walk past it, I get this weird feeling of being watched. But I always brushed it off because I thought it was just me being paranoid. Then I started noticing that the door to the room opens itself. No matter how often I close the door, it's always open again the next time I walk past it, even at night. This is really unsettling because I have to walk past it to get to the bathroom or the stairs. Plus, the room is always really dark, so I always think somebody's watching me through the dark gap. First, I thought my parents might be the ones opening the door, even though it's rather strange to just open a door in the middle of the night. But when asked them about it, they both denied it, so I started avoiding the room because thinking I was crazy. The incident that made things much worse happened around 2 years ago. I was sleeping in my bed, and it must have been around 4 a.m. when I woke up and heard footsteps coming from that room. I ignored it, went back to sleep. Minutes later, they were in my room. I was facing the wall, so I couldn't see anything, but the noise was definitely coming from behind me. It sounded like someone walking around in circles while constantly mumbling the word running. Then the voice stopped, and the footsteps started sprinting in my direction. I felt a very strong kick in my back, and for a few seconds my whole body was numb and tingling like crazy. I wasn't able to move. My vision was completely white and grainy. To be honest, it felt like something was going right through my body. I was absolutely terrified and starting to cry in fear. I was too scared to move, and I stayed in my bed until sunrise. After that, I started seeing shadows in the corner of my vision every now and then, and I often feel like something is watching me. The feeling I described as of something going through my body also happened again at a time when I was watching TV in my room. Sometimes I hear voices in my room shortly before I fall asleep, which make me wake up again. My parents had paranormal things happen to them too, like the TV switching channels on its own or hearing noises in the house when no one was around. It was scary at first, but we kind of got used to it since there was not really much we could do about it. In November last year, my parents were on vacation in Greece. 2 weeks. I'm not really a fan of hot weather and all these things, and Corona, of course, so I stayed at home and took care of her dog. At first, things stayed pretty much normal, but in the second week the dog started acting weird. He's a rescue dog and usually very shy and anxious and prefers to hide in his bed underneath the stairs or under the kitchen table, but he started following me everywhere. Like, literally, everywhere. He never left my side, even when I had to go to the toilet. He even followed me upstairs into my room, even though he never went upstairs before. So you can imagine how surprised I was. He laid down on the floor next to my bed while I was watching Netflix, and suddenly, he jumped on my bed and growled at the corner of my room. It scared me. I tried to calm him since there was nothing there. No noise, nothing. After a while, he laid down by my feet, but he kept staring at the corner with his ears up the whole evening. Things didn't change till my parents came back home again. Till now, we didn't have any major incidents, but recently, I started having really realistic nightmares. Sometimes so realistic that it seems like I'm actually experiencing what's happening in the dream. I then noticed that I have unexplainable weird-looking bruises on my arms and legs. I wake up and I have new bruises. I didn't do anything that would cause these bruises. I'm mostly at home and I don't remember bumping into things or something like that either. On top of that, I really feel drained. Sometimes I don't have enough strength to do basic everyday tasks and I keep having really bad migraines. As soon as I leave my bed, I feel so unbelievably uncomfortable. Never had this before. I'm really confused what I should do. That computer was weird. I'll repeat that line. I'm really confused and I don't know what I should do. Started off small, but it gets worse. And I feel worse every day, like something is sucking the energy out of me. It stops when I leave the house. It seems like I'm the only one experiencing these problems. A demon beat the shit out of me in a dream, but the Holy Spirit was protecting my son. So, this one is crazy, and I've been wanting to share this for a while. This was a few years ago, but I'll never forget this. One night I woke up from my sleep at around 5 or 6 a.m. It was just me and my son at home, and he was around 8 months old at the time. I had this really uneasy feeling, like something was there and it was evil. I was really freaked out, so I went back to bed. As I was falling asleep, I could feel I was falling into sleep paralysis. I could physically feel something morphing my face and making these faces of despair. I could hear this demon laughing at me because it was making me do this. But I fought back and woke up, and I was honestly terrified. I was new to Christianity then, so I didn't really know what to say or do to make this thing go away. I tried to stay awake, but eventually I fell back asleep. And that's when this thing got full control of me. I woke up, and this is all in my dream, by the way. My room was exactly how it was in real life, down to the pile of clothes on the floor and the way the morning light was shining through the room. All of a sudden, something picks up on my whole body, picks my whole body up. Can't see it, whatever it is, it's invisible. But this thing starts literally punching me, flinging my whole body around, literally just beating the shit out of me. There's no other words I can really use to describe it. It seemed like it went on forever. It wasn't even worrying me because I knew my son was in the room with me, and so I needed to make sure he was okay. So I looked at him. And while this thing is literally going crazy on me, there's my baby boy peacefully asleep in his crib, pure white light surrounding him, protecting him. Then I didn't feel afraid anymore. This thing threw me to the ground and was done assaulting me. I walked into the living room to find that my house was trashed. Everything that I was proud of, that I'd worked hard on, was destroyed. One wall in my living room was covered in pictures of me, but they weren't ones I took. They were like taken as someone was stalking me. There were pictures of me coming out of the grocery store in a car and just random things that I would do. And this symbolized to me that this thing was watching me. But in the pictures where I had my son, he was blurry. You couldn't really see him. There was a list of information about me, like my full name, age, and things like that. There was also a list that seemed to be an attempt to collect information about my son. But it was all wrong. They didn't even have his name right. After this encounter, I was terrified in my home. One day I knew it was time for me to anoint my home. I did so. Right after I did it, I was standing next to my front door and I heard 2 loud knocks. Like how a police knock. But I looked out of the peephole and no one was there. Thank God. Is it actually possible to dream the future? The reason I ask this is because I believe I have dreamed my future and future events on several occasions. These dreams are relatively rare, and they've only had a handful of them in my real life. These dreams, when they happen, are different. They're so vivid, it's like I'm actually experiencing them in that moment, but they aren't like lucid dreams where I can control what happens. These dreams are so vivid that I've been able to remember every single detail that happened in them even years after. Unlike most of my regular dreams that are usually cloudy or I struggle to remember everything. There are also dreams about things that I would not dream about usually. What happens in the dreams can either be really minor stuff or major life events. The events in the dreams that end up happening are things that usually I wouldn't expect to happen. But once I dream them, I think, is this another one of my dreams that's going to happen? And when it does, it's not too far away from when I've had that dream. Maybe a week to a month after, something odd about the dreams is, it's never a one-to-one exact copy of the event that happens. But soon after, however, the outcomes, or even if it's something somebody says to me, is always exact like a copy. But it could even be that the location is different. These dreams have warned me of good things, but mostly they've shown me like pretty bad things that are going to happen. And then they actually did. And separately from ghosts, I will say that is sort of the job of what your dreams are. In general. Candy wrappers and eternity. When I was a child, my world was filled with fleeting movement. Quick flashes darted in the periphery, or more sinister entities that lingered, seemingly reveled in my fear. They felt so real, but no one believed me when I spoke of the Shadow Man, the Wispy Man, or the head with the slow-mo voice. As a result, I became the weird kid, the one who seemed perpetually on edge, out of step with everyone else. The kid who did strange, unsettling things, yearning for a sliver of attention in a world that dismissed him because of who he was and the things that he said. I feel ya. I got my vindication one day, on a cloudy, humid afternoon, the kind of typical midsummer day you'd expect a southwest Missouri. I was off by myself, as usual, sitting on my beloved swing. The wooden swing sat beneath a pergola-style canopy. The slatted roof casted dappled shadows on the ground below. Built by my grandpa, it cradled two comfortably with a smooth backrest and gentle armrests that invited quiet moments of reflection. Sturdy, angled beams held the structure steady, while the sort of natural wood grain of the bench felt soft, almost like a cushion. It was my favorite spot in the garden, a rustic haven where time seemed to slow and the world softened, where no one laughed at me or judged me. I was eating Starburst, my hands covered in sticky dirt. An unwrapped piece, rather I unwrapped piece after piece from the package, popping them into my mouth and tucking them into my cheeks like a macaque, sort of maneuvering each one just to chew when I was ready. As I was swinging and chewing, I noticed a figure emerging from Route 5, the state road that serves as a border of my grandpa's front yard. He moved closer and closer, but I felt no fear. Instead, I sat transfixed by how the sunlight seemed to pass through him and around him. As he approached, I could see he was old, at least old to me at the time. His gaze is forever burned into my memory, even some 30 years later. His face was etched with the rugged lines of age and hard work, each crease a testament to years spent in the elements. His eyes, set deep beneath a furrowed brow, held a stern, contemplative gaze. His thin lips were set in a straight line, neither a frown nor a smile, but something more serious and introspective. A dusting of gray hair peeked out from under a straw hat, wide-brimmed and well-worn. He wore a plaid shirt in red and blue, the fabric slightly faded and softened from wear. The shirt was tucked neatly into a pair of blue overalls, sturdy and utilitarian, thick strap buckled over his shoulders. His attire and countenance painted the picture of a man who had long been acquainted with the land. Perhaps a farmer, like my grandpa, I thought. There was a familiarity to him that made me like him pretty much immediately. He sat down beside me without a word, not even acknowledging my presence at first. His gaze was fixed on the horizon, staring intently at what seemed to me nothing more than alfalfa in a hayfield gently swinging in the breeze. Beyond that lay a fence that separated my grandpa's field from Mr. Grant's, a rather unfriendly man who would fuss whenever I wandered to the fence line to watch his ostriches. Finally, he turned to look at me, twisting his thin lips into an unnatural smile. Then he asked me for one. As I handed it to him, his unnatural smile widened ever so slightly, his weathered eyes, squinting and creased from years in the harsh sun, briefly opened wider, revealing a glimmer of unexpected joy as he accepted it. He popped it into his mouth without unwrapping it, then went back to staring straight ahead, lost once more in the hayfield as if desperately searching for something. The air grew heavy with a palpable tension. I felt an all-too-familiar lump forming in my throat as I swallowed hard. "Mister, you're supposed to unwrap it first," I said. The silence lingered a moment longer before he turned his gaze back toward me. His smile now seemed almost sinister. His eyes grew unnaturally dark and his hands fidgeted in front of him, rubbing together. As he spoke, the sky seemed to darken a little, and he loomed over me, green, almost larger somehow. I peed a little, staring deep into my eyes. He said, "They're always better that way. You spoil 'em when you peel 'em." Standing up from the swing, he added, "If they give you a hard time about not peeling 'em, you tell 'em your old Uncle Walt will have to pay him a visit." With that, he slowly ambled back toward the state road, laughing loudly and muttering to himself. I watched as he grew smaller and smaller, too afraid to move until he was completely out of sight. My legs numb and my body shaking with fear, I jumped from the swing. I would never sit there again. I ran to the house, stumbling, falling 3 times along the way. Bursting into the dining room where my grandparents and great-aunt were having their coffee, I was nearly bawling. I collapsed to the floor exhausted and gasping for breath. My grandma rushed to my side, grabbing me by the shoulders. "What the heck has got into you, boy?" she demanded, her voice sharp with concern. Looking into her eyes, not daring to look away, I told her everything. I still remember the look of confused fear in her face when I described him with a very high level of detail and clarity that I shouldn't have been capable of at such a young age. As I revealed who he claimed to be, her face blanched. The color drained away as if she had seen a ghost. "Go to your room," she said. Walking slowly to my room, I sank down into my bed, laying there for what felt like forever, burning the story over and over in my head. I felt guilty, as if I had done something wrong. I knew I hadn't, so why they sent me away, I asked myself. As I stewed, trying to make sense of it all, I finally heard my grandpa call for me. "Adam, get in here." Rushing to the dining room, I sat in the chair, my heart pounding. My grandpa looked at me sternly. "Are you sure that's what this man looked like and what he said?" "Yes, sir," I replied. He sighed deeply, his eyes searching mine. "Adam, your great-uncle Walt died 10 years ago, 1 year before you were even born." I never saw the old ghost again, and to this day I never eat starburst, peeled or unpeeled. The movement out of the corner of my eyes never ceased. However, and sometimes I'll hear whispers from another place, a place where removing candy wrappers is frowned upon and old farmers forever search the horizon for an end to their eternity. Not for nothing, but I also used to do that. Anybody else ever used to eat the wrappers off of Sunburst? Wasn't expected to be reminded of that during a ghost story. I think my boyfriend's mom visited me in my dream. So I've been with my boyfriend for a year now. After a couple of months of dating, I moved to be closer to him. So we lived in the same town because things were going so well and lived over an hour originally, though. For context, his mom passed away when he was a teenager from breast cancer. They were very close. So one night we were sleeping on my mattress on the floor. I couldn't afford a bed frame yet. I had a dream that I was just standing in kind of a white void and this lady came walking toward me. I'd only seen her obituary photo, but I immediately recognized her and I said, "Oh my God, you're my boyfriend's mom." She immediately scrunched her face up and told me not to take the Lord's name in vain. I felt a little awkward and apologized. Then my boyfriend came walking in from the side and laughed and said, "I've been telling her that." They hugged each other and were talking and laughing, but I don't remember what they said, but the dream ended there. When I woke up, I told him I had a dream about his mom, and he was immediately curious, so I told him everything that had happened. He actually teared up and told me that before she passed away, she had converted to Christianity and was always telling him not to take the Lord's name in vain. I'm not religious, but I do believe in a spiritual realm of some kind. I asked him if she thinks that it was her, and he said that he didn't know, but it sounded just like what she would have said. I've always thought that she had visited because she wanted to meet me. It also made me feel like we're really meant to be together if that was the case. So tonight we were talking on the phone, and he describes the face that she would make when she was displeased with something. And I remembered that face that she made in my dream, and it just gave me chills. I reminded him of it and talked about it again for a while. He said it's possible that it was her, but I feel really convinced. I never knew her, but somehow in my dream her mannerisms were the same as they were during her time on Earth. How likely is it that she really visited me? And does it mean anything significant to our relationship? I hope so, because I've never felt this way about another person. That's why I wanted a second opinion. I might just be so blinded by my own feelings and hopes about it. Maybe not. It's spooky season. Give me a real-life experience that scared the shit out of you. I have several, but growing up, my dad's house was haunted. Still is to this day. Freaks me out. I was maybe 16, 17, and I'd stayed at my aunt's house, my dad's sister. She lives like 2 doors down from my dad's. Well, her grandchildren, my cousins, decided to have a sleepover at her house. The next morning I get up and it's dreary outside. But it's also winter, and I look at my oldest cousin and tell him I'm going to go walk in the house and change my clothes, so we can go outside and do whatever. I usually played ball in the graveyard across the road. He says okay, and I head to the house. As I get to the driveway, I see somebody standing in front of the balcony doors inside the house, and then I stop walking because no one's home. My dad and stepmom were both at work. So then the person disappears just like they stepped back to where I couldn't see them anymore. I remember the person was the shape of a woman who had on this long white gown and dark hair. So now my anxiety is basically through the roof. I see my cousin start to head my way, and I keep walking toward the house because I thought by the time we get the door unlocked, he'll be here. It'll all be good. We'd gotten a golden retriever outside, and I opened the door. I called for her to come inside with me, but once she got to the door, she tucked her tail between her legs and wouldn't go any further. So that freaked me out. I grabbed her by her collar, tried to gently tug her, telling her to come into the house, and it's cold. She fought me and eventually ran down the stairs. My cousin is at the end of the driveway, yells for me to hurry up, and I'm tempted to just say fuck it and stay in my pajamas. But I leave the door open and run to my room thinking if the door's open, I'm good. So I run through the kitchen, into the dining room, living room, and then the hallway to where the room was on the far right. I could have just went through the kitchen and then to the den, then to my room, but the den always creeps me out. So I get to my room, strip off my pajamas as fast as I can, and put on some jeans and grab a long-sleeve shirt. As I'm putting the shirt on, I hear running down the hallways with loud footsteps coming toward me. I go to scream, but nothing will come out. So I go running out of the room and back the way I came, and I have my shirt halfway on by the time I run outside. My cousin is now under the carport and asks me, "What's wrong?" I tell him something's in my house, and he's like, "What do you mean?" So I finish getting my shirt on and go to turn around to close the door and freeze. He asks what's wrong. I point to the kitchen window, which is beside the door. Through the kitchen window, you see not only the kitchen, but the den too. The den light was on. I look back at him and tell him that I didn't turn it on because I never go through there. So he starts getting freaked out and he stands beside me on the step. The running came again towards us. He clears the steps, so I'm standing there feeling like I'm frozen and not being able to move. I remember him telling me to come on, and I tell him that I have to turn off that light because my stepmom will literally cuss me out. She was a bit abusive. So I run inside. I have to have him watch me, so I go hit the light switch. I see a dark figure on the wall in front of me, and then it disappears. I run out the house, slam the door. Tried to tell my stepmom, but she thought I was crazy and none of that stuff was real. Still to this day, hearing running in horror movies from ghosts where it's loud and stuff causes the hair in my body to stand up. Ask Reddit. I was about 3 or 4 years old. My parents were moving, so we stopped at a motel. There was an enclosed part in the center that had a playground. You would pass through the rooms and into it. My parents let me go play while they unpacked or did whatever married couples do. There was another kid in the playground. He was on the merry-go-round. I said hi, and he stuck out his tongue and spit at me. He had Oreo crumbs all over his mouth. I was disgusted, and I walked away. There was a wishing well nearby, and I went over to look into it. The boy walked over and also leaned over. The bottom of the water was pretty deep, and there was a film of mold around the edge of the stone at the water's level. I reached down and touched the water. The boy, being younger, reached over too, and to my horror fell straight into the well. I grabbed onto his arm and pulled with all my force my little body could muster. It was too heavy in his wet clothes. I began to yell for help, and after what seemed like an eternity, my parents came out and grabbed me. The boy was gone. The water was mildly rippling from my hands at the edge. My hands were covered in the mold that looked like Oreo spit. My parents still don't believe me. Oof. Lights on the Bog Road. This happened around 2001 in a remote area of Nova Scotia, Canada. I was 17 or 18 at the time and was driving late at night with my cousins who were 28. It was a warm summer night and we were on a road surrounded by forest. On one side of the road there was a bog, which is basically a swampy wetland. In fact, the road was actually named Bog Road. I had grown up as a child on this road, so I was very familiar with it. I knew every corner, basically, every pothole and hidden path. As we drove along, I remember seeing the lights of a car shining in the trees coming from the opposite direction at the bend in the road. I was always a bit neurotic about switching my high beams to low beams the exact moment the other vehicle came into view. So, like an old Western cowboy practicing the speed draw of his gun, I rested my fingertips on that lever in anticipation. Except we never saw a vehicle come around the corner. As we neared the bend, I remembered thinking that maybe somebody was parked around the corner, but the lights were moving and seemed to grow brighter, as if something was heading our way. When we finally rounded the bend, I squinted my eyes, looked for the source. I looked to the next turn on the road, which disappeared into the dark woods, saw the same light, as if a car was coming our way just like last time. Puzzled, I looked to my cousin who was already looking at me with the same confused look on his face. What the hell's going on? I can't remember if it was him or me who said it, but we both now had our full attention directed at the lights up ahead. "Looks like a car's coming," I said. My cousin just nodded and looked ahead. Awaiting the simple explanation that would surely show itself at any moment, we thought. I can't remember how many twists and turns we navigated with these yellowish-white lights coming at us, but it went on as if we were stuck in a time loop. I drove faster, thinking it may be a car or a truck being towed with its headlights on. Then at one point the light stopped coming from the opposite direction on the road and was now coming at us through the trees itself. Through the forest, off to our right side, as if a search party were shining lights at us through the trees. I remember both of us starting to curse and questioning to each other what was going on and what we were seeing. It defied all logical explanation, and our minds couldn't make sense of what our eyes were telling us. To this day, we don't have an answer. I've continued driving this road ever since and have never seen the lights again. Since it's spooky season, I have to bring back what's happened 1 year ago. I, a 20-year-old female, have been with my boyfriend, 22-year-old male, for over 5 years now. Throughout our relationship, he told me he keeps experiencing sleep paralysis, and that it became more and more frequent. He had maybe 1 or 2 the first 3 years, but in the last year they kept getting worse. We're both students, and for the past 3 years he's been living in a rented apartment with a good friend of ours. Sometimes I spend the night there as well. One time last year he told me he experienced sleep paralysis again, and his experience went like this. He was aware and awake, but wasn't able to move or say anything, like his lips were glued together. He said he tried to scream my name to wake me up so I can help him. Nothing ever came out of his mouth. He also mentioned that he kept seeing, like in one of the corners of the room, a big black shadow that made him feel nauseous. He eventually got out of it and went back to bed. Next day, I was still there, and he asked me to stay with him that night as well, in case something happened again. Because he's starting to get a bit scared, I tried to stay awake in case something happened. I think I immediately fell asleep. So this is how I was woken up in the middle of the night. I heard some sounds and immediately opened my eyes. Here was my boyfriend, laying on the side with his back at me, resting his head on one hand and saying random shit in a language I've never ever heard before, looking at the exact same corner that he mentioned. That was when he had the sleep paralysis. The weirdest thing is that it seemed like he was having an actual conversation. He would talk and then stop as if someone was answering. And then he would talk and again and so on and so forth. I was like, what the fuck is he doing? Called his name and immediately stopped talking. Then the heaviest silence filled the room for what seemed like an eternity. Then he started hysterically laughing. The scariest laugh I've ever heard. It wasn't even his. Next thing I know, he literally falls back asleep and starts snoring. I froze, not knowing what to do and also not wanting to wake him up. I just stayed there waiting for the dawn while crying. Next day, I told him about what happened. He didn't really remember any of it. He felt very sorry for what he put me through, though. Although it wasn't his fault, so we told his mate what happened as well as what made him share his experience from the same night. Apparently, he had the worst nightmare where he felt like he was literally glued to the bed, forced to stare in the eyes of a dark figure in the corner of his room. He said he literally tried to scream for help and ask if we heard anything. I didn't. Then he woke up and the time was around 3 a.m. I then asked if he heard my boyfriend hysterically laughing and he said no. I wouldn't be surprised if these things happened at the same time, and to this day this is the most frightening story and they're still living there. So, yeah. Three kids and some paranormal activity. My childhood best friend and I used to love filming videos when we were younger. Little short movie films, videos of just us hanging out. We were latchkey kids, so when her parents and aunts went out for a couple of hours, we'd stay home with some of her cousins. One night it was her, 12, and me, 12, and her baby cousin, who was around 6 at the time. I brought my camera with me, so we decided to shoot a little horror movie. Her cousin chose to be our ghost. We were trying to film it like Paranormal Activity, so we had her hide in the bathroom adjacent to the kitchen and made some banging and scratching noises. We only filmed for about 15 or 20 minutes, then took a break to watch what we had so far. Remind you, no one else is home except for us, and her 2 dogs who were in the kitchen with us too. We get to the part in the video where her cousin starts banging on the walls, but then we start hearing voices whispering outside, so we pause the video. We look around, then at each other, but the whispering stops seconds after pausing the video, so we shrug it off. Her cousin still wants to film, but we tell her that we should wait a little while since we started to feel a little bit creeped out, to be honest. We're sitting around the kitchen table just talking and we hear this loud bang. It scares the shit out of us and we jump up and sort of huddle together. My best friend and I look at each other because it sounded exactly as it did when her cousin made the banging noises. Except her cousin was right next to us this time. We weren't filming anything. We looked at the dogs, who were also just as confused, then looked back down the hallway where the bathroom and the noise were. We heard another bang on the wall, but much lighter this time. Nothing else happened after that. Finally, about 10-15 minutes, we hear parents are in the driveway. Her mom comes busting through the door asking if any of us were in the bedroom window waving at her. Her mom's a psychic medium, so she can hear and see spirits. We all looked at each other then, and back at her, and shook our heads no, and then she runs into the room, damn near breaks the door down, but no one's in there. Then we asked her if any of them had banged on the side of the house earlier or something. We all said no. We never tried to film another horror movie after that. We don't know what the banging noises were, and we don't know who her mom saw in the window. Thankfully, we've always believed in the unexplainable and the paranormal, so nobody thought we were lying or having an active imagination. A lot of the other people writing stories wish they had the same thing. Please help me find my friends. Background/further explanation before we get into everything. I've been having these dreams, and they aren't really dreams. I call it travel summoning or ascension. Others think it may be an astral projection. I don't really know much about it, so I can't really say at the moment. Before the events and traveling actually happen, I black out. Usually when I have actual dreams, I'll feel tired and I'll settle into bed, turning off the lights, plug my phone in and set an alarm, lay down, close my eyes, then drift off to sleep. With traveling, however, I have no recollection of ever falling asleep or even getting ready to fall asleep or feeling tired. It's 1 second I'm watching something or doing something, then boom, I'm traveling. The first travel. This has been happening for a long time. But I was a child when it first started to happen. I would suddenly be in what looked like a hospital or a research facility. Because I've been there so many times, I know it pretty much like the back of my hand. I won't give too much detail about the place, however, in hopes others have been there. They can, personally message me and describe it to me so I can see if we really went to the same place. But when I first went, it was like a doctor's visit. They were super nice at first. They would explain everything that they were going to do. They introduced themselves, and they later said they used fake names in order to protect themselves. They explained that I was very special, and that I was selected to be part of a program. It was to see if I had anything special about me. There were other kids too, a lot of kids. We would have to do certain things like tests. If the kids failed, if they didn't come back. I don't think they killed them. I think they just didn't summon them anymore, and the kids, now adults, probably think it was just some weird dream. The tests. The tests are something I've had to do over and over. Even as I grew, I had to do different ones, and, they started out as being basic. Math tests, spelling tests, history tests, morality tests, gym tests, science tests, stuff like that. We wouldn't have classes on these subjects, but the classes we did touch on subjects here and there. The tests would then start to get weirder. They would do tests on us based on precognition, clairvoyance, and telekinesis. Other stuff like that. There was more tests on different abilities. I didn't score high in those ones, so my specific training wasn't on those. Education. We had classes of sorts to educate us and to prepare us for tests. The classes were on different abilities and such to see what child had the abilities. We had to do classes on so many abilities because they said sometimes it takes a few times for it to be awakened. Along with these classes, we of course would touch on mundane topics too, like history, math, and science. Mainly science, as the workers were scientists and doctors. Workers/doctors. There was a bunch of adults that worked at the facility. And like I said, they used fake names, wouldn't tell anybody where they were from or their age. I could only get basic information out of them, such as, have they been to New York, or do they like cheeseburgers, or what their favorite color was. Basic stuff like that. If I asked more about the training and education tests, they would just fill me in about what they could. If I asked something that they couldn't tell me, or if it was classified or I would learn later on when I'm bigger, sort of a thing. I gave up quickly about trying to get to know them personally. Instead, I would just talk to them about things that interested me, like history and stuff. They gave me some information about things in the past and the truth about such some things, and, like the organization's been going on for a while now, but not too old. I think they said that they're younger than the Coca-Cola company. Betrayal. Sadly, things didn't go as smoothly as we got older. The other kids, now adults, and I have now stayed in the program that are now in our 20s. We were told that we had something big to work on. It was our first assignment. We were brought into a room where there was an object. They turned it on and explained to us that we needed to go through it, that it was a portal. Our assignment was to explore the dimension. We denied. We were arguing with them, yelling at them. We were sobbing and crying, saying no, that it's just crazy. They pushed one of us in, another after them. Some of us hesitated on going in after them, but eventually we were all forced into the portal as they soon brought out weapons, giving us an ultimatum. They later said that they wouldn't actually have killed us, that we're just too high of value to kill us. They just wanted to scare us. I'm getting kind of emotionally distressed as I type this. I can't continue much longer, as that first dimensional trip was traumatizing. We were lost on what seemed like a new planet. We could breathe just fine. Gravity was similar. We were stranded in this dimension for almost a year. We lost someone there. We were injured. But eventually we got back. Now we've been doing this for a while, traveling to different dimensions and more training. I have to stop here. I know I left a lot of information out, but it's emotionally draining and I don't want to give everything away in hopes to find somebody who's gone through this. I'll answer any questions you have in the comments. My mom always wore the same perfume. This all happened about a year after my mom passed away. A good friend of mine was going through a really difficult time. I was going through it with him. It was terrible for him, and it was incredibly difficult to watch him suffering and not being able to do much about it. My mom was a big believer in praying to St. Jude. So I guess kind of in honor of her and not knowing what else to do, I started praying to St. Jude. During the time I would pray, I would also think about my mom and would often talk to her. One day, leaving the house to run the store, I walked into the garage to get in my car. As I got next to my driver's door, I smelled her perfume. It was overpowering. Initially, I didn't even recognize what it was exactly. I just thought it was odd. I got in the car, shut the door, and I realized it was my mom's perfume. I couldn't smell it inside the car at all. I got back out of the car, stood next to the car door, and it was so strong. I walked a few steps to the back of my car. Couldn't smell it at all. Walked up to the front of the car, and I could smell it as it passed the driver's door. But again, at the front of the car, I couldn't smell it in the slightest. Walked back to the driver's door. There it was again, almost overpowering. Stood there for a minute or two, just breathing it in and feeling like she was there with me. I then made my trip to the store. Upon returning home, I was disappointed that I could no longer smell it. Not even a hint of it. Honestly, it made me feel a little sad. A few days later, when speaking to my sister, I related the story to her. She thought it was kind of an awesome story, and I felt like I had a visit from my mom. I wanted to believe that that was it, because how else could I explain it, unless I wanted to just call it wishful thinking. A month or two later, my sister called me and said that her husband, whom she had not related my story to, came out of the exercise room to put it in their house, and she said that he had a puzzled look in his face. She asked him, what he was up to, and he told her that he had been riding the stationary bike and had to stop because the smell of your mom's perfume was overwhelming. She told him about my experience, and they both were kind of just like, what in the world? A few days after that, my sister's daughter called, and the conversation went something like this. I just wanted to check in and make sure everyone was doing okay, my sister said. Sure, everything is fine. Why? My niece, her daughter, said, I was just doing some dishes and all of a sudden I could smell Grandma's perfume, like really, really strong. Then jokingly added, I just wanted to make sure that she wasn't here to take someone with her. After those 3 incidents, there really hasn't been anything more. My sister never had the experience smelling the perfume, although she has had a different one that's made her think Mom paid her a visit also. In fact, she's sure that her mom makes her presence felt by her every now and then in sort of a different way. Of course, those of us that, know about the 3 perfume incidents can either believe Mom made them happen, or maybe 3 separate people in 3 different cities, none of whom knew of these incidents, were just imagining the strong smell of her perfume of my mom. I still talk to my mom quite often, usually when I'm stressed about something. I ask her to pray for St. Jude to me, or with me. I feel like she's absolutely more than happy to do so. Is spontaneous astral projection a thing? I had an odd experience that I think may be related to astral projection. When I was 14, I was a troubled kid, for lack of a better word. Typical teenage stuff, running away from home, partying too much, feeling like it was always me against the world. I'd run away again and ended up at a commune on a big local farm. We got there a little bit before heavy snow, so 5 of us, 14 to 17-year-olds, were snowed in and took over an old stone cottage kind of a thing. It had some electric service and was warm enough with a fireplace going. We just really enjoyed the time without adults messing with us. We had some music and some pot and could go to the main house for food, if we were hungry. We would go out during the day to help with chores, but we were largely left alone. It was kind of nirvana, really. Just 5 friends having fun, no rules. After about a week, the snow had stopped and we were getting bored, so we got the bright idea to go bowling. It turned out to be a bad idea, because both me and another girl were runaways, but we never figured they would look for us in a stupid bowling alley. Long story short, they did, and we were dragged home kicking and screaming. The night I went home, I tried to go to sleep, but I just didn't want to be there. I wanted to be anywhere but there. At some point, I realized I was just standing inside the door of the cottage. I was big confused, but everything looked normal, I guess. I could see the pile of firewood we carried in right before we left, water still dripping off of it. I could hear Steppenwolf drifting down the stairs. So I started walking up, and it felt as real as it feels right now. I could smell the incense, I could hear Greg's goofy laugh, and I was almost to the top, and I felt something almost like a dizzy feeling. Turned my head, and then bang! I was in my bed. Felt like all of my muscles had contracted, and I jumped up in the air and dropped into the bed. Didn't even know how to spell astral projection then, much less how to do it, but I never forgot that feeling that it was as real could be. I wrote it off, thinking it was maybe just a little bit too much ganja, if you know what I mean. I noticed a book a few years later sitting in a bookstore about how to astral project. It seemed a little complicated, but it sounded just like the experience I had, except that I didn't do anything. It just happened like I had no control over it. So, can people spontaneously astral project? I tried several times since then to do it, but I could never repeat it. Ghostly March. Private Tan had just joined the Singapore Armed Forces and was eager to prove himself. The first few weeks of training were grueling, but he was determined to push through. One night after an especially exhausting day, he collapsed into his bunk and fell into a deep sleep. Around midnight, Tan was jolted awake by the sound of distant drums. Confused, he rubbed his eyes and sat up, straining to listen. The rhythmic pounding grew louder, accompanied by the faint sound of marching feet. Curiosity got the better of him, and he quietly slipped out of his bunk, careful not to wake his fellow recruits. As he stepped outside, the cool night air sent a shiver down his spine. The moon cast an eerie glow over the camp, and the sound of drums seemed to echo from the nearby forest. Tan followed the sound, his heart pounding in his chest. The closer he got, the more distinct the sounds became. Drums, marching feet, and even the faint clinking of metal. Suddenly, the trees parted, revealing a clearing bathed in moonlight. Tan's breath caught up in his throat as he saw them rows upon rows of ghostly soldiers, dressed in the uniforms of the Imperial Japanese Army. Their faces were pale and expressionless, their eyes hollow and empty. They marched in perfect unison, their movements mechanical and precise. Tan's mind raced. He had heard stories of the Japanese occupation during the World War II, but he never imagined that he would witness something like this. He wanted to run, to scream, but his feet felt rooted to the ground. The ghostly soldiers continued their march, oblivious to his presence. Just as Tan thought he couldn't bear it any longer, one of the soldiers broke formation, turned toward him. The ghost's eyes locked onto Tan's. and a cold and malevolent smile spread across his face. Tan's blood ran cold as the ghost began to advance towards him, its footsteps silent on the forest floor. In a panic, Tan turned and ran, his heart pounding in his ears. He didn't stop till he was back in his bunk, gasping for breath. He lay there, trembling until the first light of dawn crept through the windows. When he finally dared to look outside, the forest was silent and still, as if nothing had happened. Tan never spoke of that night to anyone, but he couldn't shake the feeling that the ghosts of the past were still marching, forever bound to the land that they once fought on. Wewe Gombel. In a small village in Indonesia, nestled among lush forests and winding rivers, there existed a story that parents told their children to keep them safe. The story of Wewe Gombel, a ghostly figure who kidnapped children who wandered outside after sunset. Dewi was a curious and adventurous child, often ignoring her parents' warnings about staying out too late. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she found herself engrossed in a game with her friends near the edge of the forest. The golden light faded into twilight, and soon it was dark. "Dewi, we should go home, it's getting late," one of her friends whispered, glancing nervously at the trees. But Dewi, stubborn and daring, insisted on playing a bit longer. Suddenly a chill filled the air, and an unsettling silence fell over the forest. The friends froze as a soft, eerie humming drifted through the trees. Dewi turned toward the sound, her heart pounding in her chest. There, emerging from the shadows, was a tall, gaunt woman with wild hair and hollow eyes. "Wewe Gombel," Dewi whispered, terror seizing her heart. The ghostly figure moved closer, her bony fingers reaching out. "Come with me, child," she beckoned, her voice like the rustling of dry leaves. Dewi's friends scattered in fear, but Dewi was rooted to the spot, unable to tear her gaze away from the apparition. Wewe Gombel's eyes bore into hers, filled with a sorrowful longing. "I will protect you from the night," she said softly. Dewi felt an icy grip on her arm and a cold, overwhelming dread washing over her. In a desperate bid to break free, Dewi remembered the stories her grandmother had told her about spirits and how they could be warded off with prayers and symbols of protection. Summoning all of her courage, she whispered an ancient prayer under her breath. Wewe Gombel recoiled, her expression shifted to one of rage. With a final haunting wail, she vanished into the darkness, leaving Dewi trembling and alone. She ran home as fast as her legs could. That was the wind. She ran home as fast as her legs could carry her, tears streaming down her face. Her parents hugged her tightly, relieved but angry at her disobedience. Dewi never forgot that night, and the story of Wewe Gombel became etched into her memory. From then on, she always heeded warnings and never stayed out after dark, knowing that the ghostly figure of Wewe Gombel still lurked in the shadows, waiting for the next child to wander too far from home. Grudge. In a quiet neighborhood in Tokyo, there stood an old house with a dark history. Locals whispered about the tragedy that occurred there years ago. A brutal murder-suicide that left the spirits of the victims trapped within its walls. The house had since fallen into despair, avoided by all but the bravest or most foolish. One cold evening, Naoko, a journalist with a penchant for the paranormal, decided to investigate the house for a story. She had heard the rumors and wanted to uncover the truth behind the whispers. Armed with a camera and her notepad, she entered the house, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and excitement, while the narrator's door slammed shut randomly. There it is again. Anyway. The air inside was thick with a sense of dread, and the floors creaked ominously with each step Naoko took. As she explored the dark, empty room, she began to feel a growing unease. The temperature dropped suddenly, and she saw her breath fogging in front of her. Naoko reached the staircase leading to the upper floor. That's where the family had met their tragic end. She hesitated, then forced herself to climb. As she reached the landing, she heard a faint, eerie sound, a low moaning that sent chills down her spine. Turning towards the source, Naoko saw a figure at the end of the hallway. It was a woman with long, dark hair covering her face, dressed in a tattered white gown. The woman's head slowly lifted, revealing hollow, blackened eyes that seemed to bore into Naoko's soul. Frozen with terror, Naoko remembered the legend. The spirit, cursed by her violent death, was doomed to repeat her final moments over and over, spreading her curse to those who encountered her. The moaning grew louder, and the ghostly woman began to crawl towards Naoko, her movements jerky and unnatural. Naoko's survival instincts kicked in. She turned and ran, but the spirit was relentless, her moans echoing through the house. Desperation filled Naoko as she reached the front door, only to find it jammed shut. The spirit was almost upon her, her hand reaching out, fingers twisted and gnarled. In a final act of defiance, Naoko grabbed her camera, took a photo of the ghostly figure, the flash momentarily blinding the spirit. Seizing the opportunity, Naoko yanked the door open and fled into the night. She never returned to the house, but the experience left her deeply haunted. The photo she took that night showed the ghostly figure in shocking detail, a grim reminder of her brush with the supernatural. Naoko's story became a chilling tale shared among those brave enough to listen, a testament to the terrifying truth behind The Grudge. How many of you out there have seen that movie? Sweet dreams. Bye. Step into the mysterious world of Paranormal M. Subscribe and enable notifications for our spookiest stories yet. Brace yourselves for an experience like no other. Weird door banging at night. I'm a 22-year-old male, recently moved to a new city in India. That's for my job. I moved into a 3-bedroom apartment. I'm sharing the fault with 2 others. One night around 12 a.m., as I was about to sleep, I heard somebody walking around in the hall area in the kitchen. I usually watch videos on low volume, so I can tell if somebody's walking around my room or coming towards my room. I heard footsteps coming towards my room and then banging on my door. Whoever it was outside, it banged my door 4 times. It was unusual for me, as my housemates are usually gaming and rarely come out of their rooms at night. I called them and asked them why they were pranking me. They said that they had not come out of their room and that they were gaming. When I told them of the incident that had happened, well, they were equally terrified. We looked around the house, and after finding nothing, we all went back to our rooms. When we had moved into the apartment, we had found the photo of a person receiving a large key-shaped award. It's most likely the photo of a previous homeowner. We should have asked our homeowner, but we didn't. We didn't think much of it. Had placed it outside of my room. After this incident, we thought the photo could be a reason for these weird incidents happening in our house. The other guy whose room was next to mine, he also used to hear weird window banging noises. So we decided to keep the photo outside the house. After we kept the photo outside in a shoe rack, nothing happened until yesterday. Around 2:30 a.m., I heard footsteps. Someone was running toward my room. Then I heard knocks on the door. Slow knocks. Not banging. Well, I thought it was somebody or maybe one of my housemates who needed something. So I opened the door to find that there was no one at the door, and my housemates were sound asleep with the doors locked. If it was I, well, If I was one of my housemates pranking me, I guess I would have heard them walk back and lock their doors. It was truly terrifying. I went to sleep around 5 a.m. with the lights on. I'm not a particularly religious person. As a non-believer, making sense of these incidents has really been hard for me. What could be happening in my rental apartment? And, more importantly, is it paranormal? How can I deal with this? I predicted my sister's kids. So, I'd be about 14 at the time. I was very mature for my age. I'd always been told that I had a very old soul. This incident occurred maybe 6 to 8 months after my sister had lost my first niece. She was young and she had pre-eclampsia, but very early and nearly fatal. They had no choice but to do an emergency C-section to save my sister's life. Not only that, but that of my niece. She was only 26 weeks or so along. My niece didn't thrive. It was sort of touch and go for the next 3 months. She passed a week before her due date. It devastated my sister and her boyfriend. They had been together for 7 years. My sister's first boyfriend, who we all thought she was going to end up marrying. My sister was made for motherhood. She raised me and my younger sister for the most part. That was all while she was still a child herself. So now, some 6 to 8 months after my niece's passing, sitting in my sister's living room with her and her boyfriend. We'd been watching a movie and it had ended. The room was silent. I had been in a trance-like state, disassociation, for a little while at this point. That's when, for no reason, no inner monologue, no thoughts, nothing, I just snap out of it and I look at my sister. I say, "You know you're going to have more kids, right? A girl and a boy. But they won't be with him." I was kind of stunned myself. My sister instantly picked up on something and she tried prodding me for some clarity. Then her boyfriend stormed off. He was pissed that I would ever say that they wouldn't be together, let alone have kids with someone else. Cue about a year later. My sister breaks it off with the douche and meets a handsome guy. They hit it off one night, and a year-ish later, my niece was born. A few years later, my nephew was born. Both to the new guy. I don't think it was me telling my sister that she would be a mom. I think it was her dad. We're technically half-siblings, or someone else who passed giving her hope that, nobody else could. When she was at one of her lowest points. Haunted farmhouse in New Hampshire. So, where to begin? So in 1999, my wife was a radio DJ. She took a radio job in Lebanon, New Hampshire, at a country music station. I was like, huh? We moved from Maine to New Hampshire and found an apartment to rent 15 minutes from her job. It was truly in the sticks. The house was built in 1840 with 2 floors and an odd apartment on the side of the house. The original owners were a brother and sister. I'm not sure what his name was, but hers is Helen. We originally lived in the small apartment, well, perhaps she did. We'll find out. Lived in the small apartment on the side, but when one of the tenants of the house left, we took the bigger apartment. Okay, so they had lived in a smaller apartment, now they lived in a bigger one. This is when things got interesting. We used to see people running out of the house, and we would hear that Helen had turned the radio on, or the TV would turn on or off. As we lived there, Helen would shove on the bed really, really hard to get our attention at night. I would tell her to knock it off and go back to sleep. In 2005, my wife had stage 4 breast cancer. We had many doctor's appointments, and one morning as we were getting ready to leave, She had asked me to close all the doors before I left. She then went outside to go to the truck, and a little bit of information on these doors, by the way. They were super old, and they had latches on them. You had to press the handle with your thumb to open them. So I started closing doors and then go on to the next room. I hear the latch to the bedroom, and I hear the door creak open. Then hear the bathroom latch and the door opening, so to sort of really test her, I close the door between the dining room and the kitchen. The door's warped, so you have to give it a kick to close it. I hear the floor squeaking and the door latch starts jiggling, so I say, "Come on, open it." And the door flew open. It was one of the coolest events I've seen. Don't think Helen was ready for that kind of reaction with me. Polly passed in 2008 to her cancer, so I had people staying with me to make sure I was okay. One of my friends was staying with me. The next morning I woke up to her not being there and a note on the table. She said that she had gone outside at 3 a.m. to smoke, and she was setting up on the steps, and there's a woman in an old-style dress. They walked up the driveway, then turned and walked past her into the house. Helen's grave is just right up the road in the small cemetery. I could go on and on with experiences. Stayed there for one more year and then moved. I just couldn't stay there with all the memories of Polly. I drove up to the cemetery and found Helen's grave and placed flowers there for her. I thanked her for watching out for us. I've never been back. Gettysburg Battlefield Ghost. Wanted to share an experience on the Gettysburg Battlefield. I used to do Civil War reenacting, and this happened in 1995. My wife and I decided to go to the battle while still in our outfits. I was in full Confederate uniform, and my wife was in like a full hoop skirt. Seeing that I was a member of the 20th Maine Company, I had the Union uniform as well, and I also had the 4th Texas Confederate uniform, so we decided to visit Little Round Top. We got there just as it was getting dark. I kept the Confederate uniform on just to see if I could get some activity. As we were coming up the hill, you could smell the smell of rotten eggs. This is the smell that certain gunpowders give off after firing. As we got almost to the top, the whole area changed, got heavy. I was feeling like I was being watched and got a chill up my spine. This was in July in Pennsylvania. It was hot. As we got to the top of the environment, it got downright hostile feeling. I asked if anybody was there and what they thought of a Confederate soldier on the top of Little Round Top. That's when my wife said somebody poked her on the shoulder hard. I then had a cold spot hit me. There was absolutely somebody there. Definitely did not feel welcoming. We then started to hear what sounded like men walking together through the woods. It was at this point that I said, "I mean no disrespect. I was just visiting." I thanked them for their sacrifice, and we left not long after all this was happening. Whoever it was stayed close behind us, followed us all the way back to the truck. Heard walking the whole time coming down the hill of the road. That was one of the coolest paranormal events ever. I understand that they would be pissed at me, but, a person in a Confederate uniform on the top of Little Round Top. They're forever fighting that battle. Past ghost while walking in cemetery. This happened when I was living in New Hampshire. My job at the time was very stressful. So, to relax, I used to go walking in Mount Calvary Cemetery in Lebanon. To give you a sense of the cemetery, to get to it you have to turn off the main road to the cemetery road. That winds up a hill for a bit, and then you come into the cemetery itself. That's at the top of a very large hill. It was in October. The foliage was very bright and vibrant. I was enjoying the foliage and the peace and quiet. The path I was walking on is nothing more than a dirt road around a cemetery in the shape of a big circle. I'd been there a while. When I came around the corner on one of the straight areas on the road, I noticed someone walking toward me. I was thinking I didn't hear a car come up the hill, so I looked for the car. Nothing. This person was coming from the side of the cemetery, where they would have had to basically climb the steep hill to the end to get there. Didn't really think of anything, so kept walking towards this person. As I got closer, I noticed it was an older man with very white hair. He was dressed very well with khaki pants and blue button-down shirt and glasses and really nice tennis shoes and a red ball cap. As I passed him, I said hello, and he said hello back, but never looked at me and kept walking. It was at this point that I realized that I didn't hear the gravel making noise as he came by me. This was maybe 5-10 seconds. Where he'd passed me was on a corner on the path, so I immediately turned around to see if he was still there. Nothing. It just wasn't there anymore. I immediately went looking for him, and the cemetery is very open. You could see people from all long ways off. I looked for an hour for him. Absolutely fine-tooth combed the place. Nothing. He looked so solid, just like another person out for a walk enjoying the peace and quiet. I was in the cemetery a lot and never saw him again. I hope he's at peace. Something in the backyard. Back when I was in elementary school, during summer vacation, I was in the living room and watching TV with our 2 dogs. Our living room had a glass door that opened to the backyard, a stretch of patio to the fence being the only part of the backyard you could see from where I was sitting on the couches. It was a sunny day, so when something dark rushed by the glass door, I quickly whipped my head around to look outside. The 2 dogs reacted at the same time as me. All of us stared at the glass door for several moments. That was before they got up and wanted to be let out. I didn't want to get up right away, because what I'd just seen, had it been a person, well, no features or color, but a dark silhouette, like a shadow. It was a shadow in the shape of a person. There was no one home but me and the dogs and my elderly grandmother sleeping upstairs. I didn't feel right calling my parents while they were off at work, or my older brother who was out. They were out for what I couldn't be sure was even, I don't even know if this was an actual person on our property. With how quickly they'd passed by, they were likely already gone anyway. The dogs were insisting to be let out at the door, and after a few moments of letting my heartbeat calm down a bit, I finally got up and let them out. I stepped outside with them and followed as they went to the side of the house, and all along the fence checking for any sign of, anything. There was nothing. I started thinking about the weirdness of it all, and I headed back inside with the dogs. Our backyard was long and narrow, had an in-ground pool along the back of the house, with only a small extra patio space to walk on either side of it. Since I saw that figure running along the middle of the patio at the end of the pool, the only place it could have been running was over the water, like the pool wasn't even there. I had heard nothing when I saw the figure, but it was moving quick over the patio stone. With the only way to enter and exit our backyard without using the gates obviously being to jump our neighbors. Not only that, but our own high fence to get out of the road, or get out onto the road. There's no way whatever that thing was an actual human, so it had to be something else. Once I got inside and headed back over to sit on the couch again, something weird happened. I suddenly became dizzy. Before I knew it, I was on the floor. I had collapsed in the middle of the living room for no apparent reason, after seeing something that didn't seem right. I quickly got up, but I was fine. Never been one to collapse, so it was alarming. Nothing else happened that day, but the next day after letting the dogs out again, I ended up collapsing in the exact same spot. And when I looked at the clock after, it happened at the exact same time too. I've never had dizzy spells or collapsed ever before. Not even after this. So this happening was just sort of, adding weirdness to the whole thing. Activity around my bedroom. There are 3 instances that I consider paranormal that happened around my old bedroom. All happening maybe within the span of a year while I was in high school. For context, my bedroom is at the top of the stairs, just a step to the right, with a small linen closet taking up the wall space right next to the stairs. This was all directly across my door. The landing continued to the left, which led to my parents' room. The first instance, I was waking up and when I went down the stairs during the day, the sun from the skylight was leaving the whole area bright. When I reached eye level with the landing, a pair of pale, small feet ran across the landing, rushing toward the light. Since my bedroom door was open, the only place whatever those feet belonged to could go was, through that, unless it wanted to run through the wall at the end of the landing. I'd never noticed anything that resembled a child in this house before this, but those feet and lower legs I saw undoubtedly looked like they belonged to a young child. The second instance was similar to what would come the next in a way. I was scrolling on my phone late one night when suddenly the doorknob of my closed bedroom door violently shook several times. This startled me greatly since it was so sudden and loud, but it stopped as soon as it started. There was no lock on my bedroom door, so there was no reason to try to turn my doorknob like that, especially when it would easily open. I checked outside my door after a good 30 seconds of my heart trying to pound out of my chest, but there was nothing. I peeked to see if my parents were awake, which they weren't, and I heard no other noise around the house that would suggest somebody else was there. I asked my parents if they'd try to open my door over the night just to be safe. Their answer was an obvious no. And now, the final instance, which sticks with me the most. Late one night, I was sitting on my bed and scrolling on my phone again. It was 4 a.m., but I still had my light on since I wasn't tired at all. It was quiet. So, when I suddenly heard a click, I lifted my head up. My door was opening. A hand that I didn't recognize was holding onto the doorknob. The hand and forearm were pale, sort of on the thinner side, likely belonging to a woman. I stared as the arm pushed my door about a quarter of the way open. That was before the hand paused and released the doorknob, then pulled their hand back. A few seconds passed before I saw my dog, a German Shepherd, walking toward my room. The door was just wide enough for him to fit through. He entered my room, head low and tail between his legs, laid down by my bed as close as he could be to me. I hadn't moved my eyes from the door. That was since I first looked up at it. I kept watching, because if somebody was at my door, there was no way for them to leave without having to walk by it, either to go across the landing towards my parents' room or to go downstairs. The linen closet across my door was filled with towels and products. The shelving and boxes inside leaving basically no room for a person to possibly be standing in there. The door of the closet was also noisy to open, so if it had moved at all, I'd certainly hear it. If somebody was outside my room, the only place they could be standing was the small corner made from the 2 small walls on the left of my room, and directly across from my door where the closet was. My heart was going crazy, my mind horrified of seeing someone or something standing there, so I just waited. Nothing happened for maybe 20 seconds. No movement or noise outside. That was until suddenly my dog lifted his head. He soon got up and left my room as if nothing had happened, no longer moving like he was trying to be small and taking up as little space as possible. He went back down the hall where he came, laid down in front of my parents' room, where he usually slept. since my dog hadn't felt comfortable moving, I felt I could move too. So probably had felt, I finally got off my bed and moved toward my door. The room was small, so it was only maybe 4 small steps before I could see, like, this empty wall and a closed linen closet. Nothing was standing there. The only place whatever had opened my door could have been waiting for me. There was, like, nothing. Just a dark corner and a dark hall in the middle of the night. I stood at my door for a while before finally closing it and nervously sitting down on my bed to scroll my phone to get through the rest of the night. I asked my mom in the morning if she had some reason, or thought or anything to open my door or have anything to do with it that night. Which, of course, again, she said she didn't. I even asked my dad, even though that hand could have been his. And of course, he said no as well. I never really had anything odd happen around there again. And now, I have my room set up in the basement of the same house. Luckily, nothing has happened down here, but it makes me wonder. It always seemed like pretty much anything I saw here was something just passing through. And as individual instances, this feels sort of the same. When I think of them all together like this, I can't help but wonder if maybe the 3 were connected somehow. I'm starting to think that my childhood bedroom might be haunted by something. I've had trouble sleeping my whole life. It's one of those things that's been a constant in my life. For some reason, I just can't quite put my finger on it. That was up until I was in my early teens. I suffered frequent night terrors and sleep paralysis, as well as having insomnia from the resulting fear and anxiety. At night, I couldn't for the life of me turn off the light in the bedside lamp. It was because I had this huge suffocating feeling that I was being observed by something. Like a feeling that would only get worse when I turned off the lights. This only happened to me when I slept alone in my bedroom, whereas when I slept elsewhere, or with other people, this feeling would disappear, even though the learned anxiety didn't go away as easily. I grew up from most of this at the time at like 11, 12 years old, which coincided with my family moving. At our new house, this feeling of being observed disappeared, but I still did have trouble sleeping, something I blame on all the sleepless nights of my childhood, which somehow ended up sort of shaping my brain to stay alert at night. For most of my life, I brushed this off as me being young and afraid of the dark. Most children at that age. But I grew up and forgot about it, and life went on as usual. Now, quick note so you understand what I'm about to explain. I'm an artist, I make music, and I have a habit of writing down random thoughts I have during the day, usually in the form of short phrases without any particular meaning, such as lilies underfoot or our Mother Earth weeps, for she has been widowed, or look, she wilts away slowly. All of these are real examples, but yada yada yada, you get it. Having this habit aids me in my creative process because it helps sort of give shape to abstract ideas flowing around in my subconsciousness. Okay, moving on. Ditto, though. Fast forward to this summer. I came home from where I'm studying to spend the holidays here in my hometown. I'm staying at my parents' house. About a week ago, we had to move into our old house. We never sold it because we still use it from time to time. It's because of a renovation at our current one. I've been sleeping in my old bedroom, and to be clear, I've already slept in here several times being older, and this is nothing new to me. Nowadays, being in this bedroom at night gives me a subtly eerie feeling, but nothing too drastic like when I was younger, and nothing that can't be explained away as the power of suggestion or just nostalgia. That is, until last night. Before going to sleep, I had one of these random thoughts. I wrote it down. This time it was, tonight is going to be one of those nights. As ominous and creepy as this might sound after reading the title of this post and having read everything up until this point, but at the time I didn't think too much about it. I'm used to my random thoughts being like this, creepy and ominous. These 2 descriptors are quite fitting for the music I make, so to me it makes sense. Creatively speaking, I work this way. I wrote it down, forgot about it, read a book, checked Twitter for a bit, and finally went to sleep. I had a strange dream. I was trying to sleep and this kid kept entering my house. He was loudly running and screaming, as if he was really scared or running from something, making a lot of noise and waking me up each time. Despite me leaving my bed every time to go get him out of my house and locking the door, somehow he just kept entering over and over. This happened 4 or 5 times over the course of the night, and at some point, annoyed, I threatened to beat him up if he entered again. He promised not to. Nonetheless, he ended up entering again. So this was sometime later with the usual screaming and running. Now, I was really pissed off. I got up again and loudly said, "I'm gonna kill you," while walking to where he was. He was really scared. I pinned him to the ground, pushing my knee against his neck. And again, I told him, "I'm gonna kill you." Goes without saying that I obviously would never do that in real life, but I'm never this aggressive with anyone. But for some reason in this dream, I was really fucking angry that I couldn't sleep. It's kind of funny. Crying, he told me that he was a homeless orphan, and that he had nowhere to go to sleep. That's why he kept entering my house. I calmed down and then I asked him why he didn't go to the police or something to get help. He told me that he didn't know how to get there. Wishing to finally be able to go to sleep in peace. Pretty selfish, I know, but I offered to sort of just accompany him to the police station. He agreed. It was like 4 in the morning and we were walking through the street. I told him something along the lines of, "Look, I'm going to teach you to go ask for directions and to know how to get to places." I looked for someone in the street and spotted a middle-aged woman. I told him to pay attention, and I asked her about how to get to the police station. She looked at us for a brief moment and then she said something along the lines of, "You have to go there," pointing to an old building. "The police station is over there," she said, while pointing in the opposite direction. "But from what I'm seeing here, that's not where you two need to go." Thinking that the lady was telling us to go to like a social services office or something like that instead of the police station, I thanked her and we went on our way to the building in ruins. At this point, my consciousness began to fade, so I started to fall asleep again. I was in my bedroom again. I don't really recall entering that building and leaving the kid and walking all the way back. I just felt that I'd done what I had to do and that I could finally sleep in peace in my bedroom. Or so I thought, because once again I heard the noise of the door banging against the wall and the child's fast and unusually heavy and loud footsteps. They were approaching my bedroom. And with that, it was accompanied by the same high-pitched scream. Same sequence of sounds, really. Only this time, when I tried to get up, I couldn't move. I was having sleep paralysis. At this point, I realized that the dream was over. I was fully awake. My room was unusually dark. It looked pitch black, like there was something huge blocking the dim light coming from the street through the window. I felt a suffocating presence behind me, standing in the middle of the bedroom. I felt I was in danger. As soon as I regained control over my body, I quickly turned on the light to see that the room was obviously empty. I paid attention. Couldn't hear anything beside the white noise coming from the fan. It gets pretty hot where I live, especially in the summer. I don't have an AC in my old bedroom, so I need to use a fan to sleep. Gradually, the feeling of impending doom went away, and I was left with this uncomfortable, eerie sensation that something had been watching me. I turned on my phone and it was 5:30 a.m. My first thought was, holy shit, what a weird dream. I quickly started to write it down on my phone, because I feared I would forget it in the morning. After thinking about it, I thought that maybe there was a real noise coming from my neighbor's house. Perhaps the kids are playing around or whatever, and that maybe this noise just worked its way into my dreams, explaining the whole ordeal, really. With this explanation, I felt comfortable enough to go back to sleep. I didn't hear anything else other than the sound of the fan for the rest of the night. In the morning, I told one of my friends about this dream, thinking it was pretty funny and weird. I was about to brush it off as an anecdote until suddenly I remembered it. The note I wrote last night. I'm not gonna lie, I was kind of freaked out. Did it really affect my subconscious so much? I went to sleep like I would have any other day. And this isn't the first time I go to sleep after writing down something like that. In fact, I've written down way worse stuff. This one note was pretty vague it's pretty open to interpretation. I didn't think about it for more than about a minute after writing it down. I quickly forgot about it, whereas other notes had made me think about them for a while. So, this is where my fascination for the occult self sort of kicks in. Perhaps there was something more than pure suggestion. Well, perhaps that one seemingly random thought was me becoming aware that something would happen tonight. That I would be visited by something. What do you people think? Also, I've been thinking about trying to approach this being, to see if it's just my mind playing tricks on me or if there's actually really something more that might answer my questions. Do you think it's safe? What's the best way to do it? Reporting on a UFO I saw years ago. When I lived in Pennsylvania, I would drive home from work at around 11 p.m. and drive on a pretty quiet road since it was late. One night I was driving with one person in front of me. I look up to see a ship of some sort in the sky. I at first didn't think much of it, but as I studied it a bit more, the way it was flying was very peculiar. If anybody has played Galaga, I swear the way it moved reminded me of that kind of thing, the moving left, right, up, down. Felt very much like it had sort of complete control over the sky. As far as looks go, it wasn't like a perfect saucer kind of aircraft. What I could make out is the green, maybe oscillating lights which swirled around it. The thing was obviously foreign from anything I'd seen before. Finally, out of nowhere, it stops, then races downwards. It didn't go up into the sky, and then it just disappears. I thought a bomb had went off and something crazy, so I slammed on the brakes, and so did the person in front of me, actually. It was definitely a crazy experience, and I don't know what I saw, but I know for sure, though, that the person in front of me saw it too, and this thing did not go upwards. It went down before something just happened and it disappeared. After a bit of a hiatus, Ghost Girl is back. Our little ghost girl seemed to have stopped her antics for a while. However, in the last week, it seems like things are starting again, though it's possible she never stopped in the first place. We have a beautiful wooden display case that we have some Halloween decorations and stuff on. One particular decoration is a plastic doll that my husband made to look like the doll was holding its own head. It's on a doll stand. I was just on the couch studying last week. The doll flew off the cabinet. Our animals were nowhere near it. A couple of days ago, we have another cabinet with bloody gauze draped over it, a couple of fake candles, and a cranberry rake. What is a cranberry rake? I was in my basement and kids weren't home. Both the cats and dogs were with me. That's when I heard a crash. Of course, I raced upstairs and found one of the candles and the cranberry rake on the floor. Yes, Gecko. The gauze was half hanging off the cabinet. I've had things go missing while she was, or so we thought, gone. Nothing major, just stupid little trinkets, and I've found them in the oddest of places. I have sort of an Art Deco framed photo of my grandparents when they were young. I found that a couple of weeks ago off on the stand on the floor, half out of the frame. That photo's in our china cabinet. There's no possible way for that frame to rest against the plate holder that it was on without someone physically moving it. Now that being said, Someone mentioned on a previous post that it could be something posing as a little girl. I'm choosing to believe that it's a little girl. Sounds like a good bet, or at least what I would do. Or think. Haunting at Whitehall. Earlier today, I traveled to Richmond, Kentucky. I went around for the tour of the Whitehall historical site. For those of you who are unfamiliar, it's an old estate in eastern Kentucky that's well over 200 years old. It was lived in by several generations of the Clay family, as well as hundreds of slaves. Cassius Marcellus Clay was the first notable family member to own and run the estate, but he and his first wife had like 10 kids. Some of them were notable figures in their time. Cassius was an abolitionist. He ran the only anti-slavery newspaper in the South. His father didn't share his sentiment and owned countless slaves throughout his life. And a few generations after Cassius, the home was abandoned, auctioned, and eventually renovated and donated to the state. Okay, so enough of a history lesson. Not here for that. Just to give you an idea of the history of this place, it's a big old mansion full of the Clay family's old personal belongings from dozens of family members. I enjoyed the tour part, but the part that wasn't advertised was the paranormal aspect of it. I went on this tour with my grandfather, not really knowing much about the place or what really to expect. I certainly didn't go in hoping, to expect anything paranormal. I just went to make my 80-year-old Gramps happy. So the first part of the tour was full of cool architecture and old items, as was pretty much all of it. But after getting to the heart of the first floor, I started seeing shadow people, which is something I haven't experienced in several years. Once we got into the second floor and into the master bedroom, I felt a change in the energy of that room in comparison to the others. This one felt dense, and I had physical sensations of tingling in my neck and shoulders, as well as this sort of, harder to describe, but it felt like it was in my brain. This was all accompanied with the sensation of being stared at. The only people in that room were the guide, my grandpa, my nephew, and myself. However, I felt somebody else from the first 2 seconds of being in that room, and it wasn't welcoming. I soon found out that they refer to the room as the mourning room, as Cassius's father had died in there. The rest of the tour was nice, but paranormally uneventful, but I ended the tour by asking the guide about her paranormal experiences. Her eyes just lit up. She claimed that in her 10 years there, she's seen candles pushed out of their holders, furniture moving, heard a broken piano playing, and more chillingly, someone saying her name. She says that she's asked them not to appear to her, or to try to scare her. And they do feel sort of harmless. Well, that's good. Haunted by a black hound. The coincidences stopped when it culminated my neighbors being murdered. Family of 3, I believe. It was a vendetta by a man with a machete, but he was caught. After that, any hallucinations or dreams with said dog stopped. A couple of months later, I once again thought I saw or heard the dog. And that same night, cops knocked on my door. They had a flyer about a body who'd washed up near my canal. They were hoping I'd identify this. I want to say that during this entire time, I was trying to take care of my little orange stray cat. Well, last week while at work, me and this time a coworker I was closing with, we both heard a dog bark. It's not an unexplainable thing. We get customers with pets here and there, but the store was empty. It came from the back. But the walls are thin, there are other businesses next to us. Well, the cat passes away, and this was about a week ago. I'm pretty emotional about it because I thought I was actually helping it. Despite rushing it to the vet, the kitty just passed. I know how this all sounds. It's just a series of stupid coincidences and maybe stress causing me to see stuff. Kind of beating myself up for even thinking about it, but in the off chance that for whatever reason this shit is real, is there a way to, ward it? I might not believe in it, but also I don't want to be the stupid-ass character in a horror movie that could have just ended the whole thing in the first 10 minutes if they had just fucking saged their haunted apartment. Sorry in advance, I guess I'm a little bit panicked because that's a lot of death in the span of 4 months. The Mimic. I got married 2 months ago to my fiancée. And we're very happy, so maybe that's why I haven't seen it. But there were some things I forgot to mention I'll say now. Me and my best friend both heard what sounded like someone knocking on the basement apartment door, but not loud, very, very soft. I told her it sounded like a woman's knock because we ladies tend to knock softer, and she agreed, hoping it was my husband's grandmother who died. I'll be honest, I sort of do too. I had been home alone, or, at least downstairs alone anyway. I heard what I thought was my husband coming through the door, because his keys on his lanyard always jingle. So, I got excited. But the longer I waited on the couch, the more I realized that it wasn't him. I had heard it before when I was in the bedroom, so I asked my mother-in-law about it. She said that his grandfather and his uncle, who's now deceased, both would jingle their keys. So maybe it was them. Here's how I know I'm not crazy. My husband was on the couch with me one night. We both heard what sounded like some sort of metal drop. The sound was like metal dropping into the oven, bouncing off and then onto the floor. But when he goes to check it, he never found a thing. We do have cats, 4 to be exact, but they weren't anywhere near the stove when we heard that noise. Another time, my husband was on his computer and I was on the couch. That's when I saw what looked like a white piece of paper fly toward him. He turned around and said, "Did you just throw something at me?" And I said, "No, I promise I didn't." So obviously, he saw the same thing I did. I went to look, and yet again, there's no sign of whatever had been, thrown or throwing this thing at him anywhere on the floor or the thing that had been thrown. And this was happening before the scarier mimic-type stuff even happened. My mother-in-law has told me many ghost stories about not only this house, but about how her and my brother-in-law saw the literal Grim Reaper. But my brother-in-law is scared to live in the house across the street due to his experiences. Lately, whatever this mimic thing was, it hasn't shown back up, and I'm hoping it stays that way. But I will tell you one last extremely scary thing. I'm best friends with my ex-boyfriend's girlfriend. She's not only an atheist, but a witch. And one day I was telling her my experiences. That's when out of the corner of my eye, I saw an all-black face peek out from behind the big brown shelf that we had there. It was before we moved it and had no eyes and no mouth. Just like an all-black face, and that was by far the scariest thing I'd ever seen. I truly believe that thing I saw was the same thing my best friend had seen. Last part, I swear. At least a month before we got married, I was talking to my best friend after work. She was telling me that she had heard what sounded like a woman like a woman's muffled voice coming from her bedroom. A man and a woman. When I asked what they were saying, she said that she didn't know. All she knew was that they were muffled and most definitely a man and a woman. When I talked to my friend, the witch, about what she thought, she said, "Show me your bedroom." And when I did on FaceTime, she said that she saw a little girl in the corner of my husband and I's bedroom. I said, "Do you get a good vibe or a bad vibe?" She said, "Oh, bad, definitely. It's a demon attached to one of those dolls over there, one with the red hair." You see, I recently started collecting porcelain dolls. Some are in our bedroom. Now, needless to say, I will be giving them away because I prefer our bedroom to be a safe haven, not a demonic place. Thank you. Anyways, you don't have to believe my stories. I mean, I probably sound crazy and kind of like a hypocrite for talking about being friends with a witch as a Christian. But I know what I've seen and I know what I've heard. All I know is I need some advice. Do y'all think it's really gone or will it come back? So, me and my husband have been married almost a year now, and just recently with my best friend, the Christian one. When she came back over, she's been coming over more recently, yay. Things started ramping back up. I've been more busy at work lately and I'm getting more hours. But anyways, here goes the scary encounters I've had and my best friend have had lately. One day a few weeks ago, me and my best friend were in the bedroom watching YouTube in the middle of the day. It was broad daylight. We heard what sounded like my mother-in-law's voice coming from in the living room. I paused the video and yelled, "Mom," to see if it was her. There was no response. Admittedly, and well, me and my best friend were just freaked out. She asked me, did I hear that? I said yes, and I also heard my husband's voice coming from the living room as well as my mother-in-law's voice. She says she didn't hear his voice, only my mother-in-law's voice. I clearly heard both their voices having a conversation in the living room. We get so spooked, in fact, that we call my mother-in-law and ask her if she'd come downstairs. Then went back up and she says no. We would have heard her talking to the cats downstairs. So admittedly, we're extremely freaked out at this point. Other times, she's texting me on Snapchat while I'm at work telling me she heard the basement door open. She heard it open and then close like somebody was coming into the living room. And when she was hearing these noises, like the door opening, my husband would be at work, so was I. So now she hates being alone and refuses to stay in the living room while we're out at work and comes into the bedroom. It's because that's where she feels safe. She says that she even brought my dogs in one night to avoid hearing the noises, and the noises that she hears, hoping that maybe the dogs will hear what she's been hearing. There's even one point where I was in the bathroom playing music. She was sitting in there with me just for comfort. I needed another person's presence. I got scared. My music all of a sudden stops playing. This wasn't the first time this had happened. Now, admittedly, my YouTube on my Google speaker will sort of let me know when I'm playing too many videos and stop playing my music. But that wasn't the case this time. While listening to music after my shower, it all of a sudden just stopped playing. My husband even heard it stop. And the funny thing is he said, "Hey, Uncle Steve, you must not like that music." By the way, that's my husband's uncle. A lot of the time when these things are happening, they're harmless. The only thing that truly scared us was the fact that we both heard my mother-in-law's voice distinctly coming from the living room as if she were having a conversation in there. There's nobody there. Well, I haven't seen it lately. I don't think she has either. However, she told me that she heard footsteps on the stairs while her and I were playing Uno. However, hubby wasn't even home yet. She also said that she was home alone and heard footsteps on those same downstairs steps. Heard a light knocking on the door as if a man was knocking with his knuckles. Felt comforted because she thinks it was my husband's uncle. Now that encounter isn't that scary, but here's one that's extremely creepy and I can't explain. See, I have two dogs, Chloe and Freckles. Chloe's a lab-hound mix and Freckles is an Australian shepherd. Freckles doesn't like being alone after being abandoned at the house across the street from us. So, Chloe's crate is in our living room. Freckles is basically just in our bedroom. My best friend says that she keeps hearing noises coming from Freckles' crate. That's when she's home alone, keeping in mind that, well, I have a pen outside that my dogs stay in at night most of the time. So they do get their exercise, so there's no way it came from my girl Freckles. She was outside. Well, a night after, and from here on I'll refer to my best friend as Ev. F and I were in the bedroom, and we were just goofing off and screaming. Okay. I hear rustling and what sounds like my dog shaking herself off in the crate. So obviously I look down and I knew that she wasn't inside, but I still go and I look. My friend looks at me and I said, "What?" I said, "Remember when you said that we were hearing noises from Freckles' crate? Well, I just heard the same thing. Literally sounded like something was inside my dog's crate, like moving around and shaking it." Another story my friend told me that freaked her out is when she heard what sounded like me whispering her name from the top of the stairs. When she reached the actual top, I wasn't even there. Last two things, I promise. This person makes a lot of promises. So, I have this Native American porcelain doll in our bedroom, and my friend's air mattress is right beside the shelf the doll sits on. One night she tells me she saw the same doll leaning over her. Now I feel comfortable around this doll, like she's protecting me. I also love listening to Native American flute music and rain to sleep. I have Cherokee in my blood. So the doll never scares me, but she's afraid of that doll now. The last and most recent thing she heard was what sounded like somebody tapping on the bathroom door as she was getting into the shower. She said that made her immediately feel fear, so she called her grandmother. So what do y'all think? Is it back, or is this just a different spirit? Let me know. Okay, so the same poster continues to write, but possibly different stories. Let's find out. Let me preface this by saying me and my friend had gone with this ongoing joke about whenever something happened and that we couldn't explain. Or just we did something goofy in general. We would say, "Oh, that's just Max," and continue on with our day. But when I got this ghost app, we found out that we may have conjured up a real ghost named Max. When we first used the app, it sounded like a growl noise. It threw my phone. When we continued using the app, I saw a black shadow person go by the window twice. It freaked me out, but this only happened when F and I were using it alone. Another freaky thing was I was trying to calm F down. I told her it was spitting out random words. It said no. So apparently, yes, the app does work. If it's the app that I think you're talking about, no, it does not work. Last thing involving the app, and then on to the scarier stuff. I was watching Supernatural with my friend when the app said scared. So, I turned it to call the midwife. Paused it and the app said, "Thanks." And then van. The scene I'd paused with the midwives were getting out of a van. Now onto the more spooky stuff. So the first thing my friend told me was this. She had left the bathroom after taking a shower, was going back to the bathroom to change, saw a black face out of the corner of her eye above the shelf beside the couch. When she turned to look at it, it ducked behind the wall. We were on the couch watching Supernatural, and she felt a hand on her shoulder. When she slept with me and my husband, because she says I scared her and made her not want to sleep alone, we both heard the whimpering and rustling coming from Freckles' crate. I didn't hear it at first, but after a few minutes I finally heard what she was talking about. So we said a prayer. One night when she was sleeping on the air mattress after my husband and I fell asleep, she was almost asleep. That's when she heard a male voice hum into her ear. My cat Salem, our oldest cat, she was meowing in the kitchen, and right after that she got done meowing, I heard what sounded like an old man or a man's voice copying her meow. Almost like mocking her, kind of like how my husband does, just to be goofy, but it scared me so bad. We were riding around on this golf cart it's a golf cart-like thing. I saw a black shadow on the ground on all fours like a dog. I'm hoping it was just one of the barrels that we had outside at the time. My husband wound up getting sick, and so I was helping take care of him. I was in the hallway after coming out of the bedroom heading to the kitchen. I was just about to throw away trash when I swear, I heard my husband's voice behind me thinking it was him coming to thank me for helping him feel better. I turned when nobody was there and I froze. I ran back into the bedroom, closing the door. Never been so spooked in my life. Sounded like my husband's voice, like really close to me. I just couldn't hear what he was saying. So, the mimic thing I asked to leave seems to not have left at all. My friend was laying awake at around 12 a.m. She doesn't know the exact time, and she heard Freckles' crate rattling like she was shaking. Heard that 2 times, a few minutes apart. She heard the basement door open and shut around 1 a.m. that same night. She thought it was my husband going upstairs for something, but he said he never did. Well, basically, he didn't go upstairs. Friend heard what sounded like me breathing beside her when she was in her room alone and I was napping in the living room. Freckles wasn't in there. It was just my friend. And then she heard a male voice whisper, "Hey." That was in the bathroom. That was while I was about to walk out. My husband got sick and I had a fever, so I was taking care of him. When he felt better, I fed him and was walking back into the living room. That's when I heard what sounded like my husband's voice saying something I couldn't quite hear. So I turned around and no one was there. I froze and ran back to that bedroom so fast. We were sitting upstairs after having made her food and waiting for it to cook. My friend was on the love seat and I was in my mother-in-law's chair. I looked up and saw what looked like a black shadow standing next to my father-in-law's chair. When I looked up again a few seconds later, it looked like it was sitting in the chair. Another time, while we were upstairs, my friend says she felt a touch on her shoulder. I was downstairs feeding my husband, because he was hungry but had a headache and kept telling me to come upstairs because apparently she'd gotten spooked. She said it felt like a man's hand. It was that time again when I was going past the hallway upstairs. It looked like a gray person walking toward me via the hallway. I remember being in the kitchen and I heard what sounded like my friend yelling hello. So I turned to look down the hallway, but nobody was there. I thought it could have been a YouTube video on TV, but it sounded exactly like my friend. Not a few seconds later, here she comes out of the bedroom. I've heard the downstairs door close while in the bathroom and thought my husband was home and opened the door to check, and no, he wasn't. I was in the kitchen and I saw what looked like Pookie, or Poge, my mother-in-law. That's her passed-away chihuahua walking toward me. By the way, that one isn't scary, or at least as scary. I was coming toward the bathroom to use the restroom when I saw a white-gray shadow at the bedroom door over the corner of my eye, just standing there. I kept the bathroom door open and I saw a small white face low to the ground, looking into the bathroom. I thought it was my cat Mel. So I waited to greet her. She didn't come in until 5 seconds later. One night, I was passing by my mother-in-law's small old gaming room next to the sewing room upstairs. I saw a black shadow about his height standing in that room, and often now when I walk by that same room, I keep thinking I see the same shadow just standing there. Creeps me out. Me and my friend both keep hearing that same rattling and shaking from my dog Freckles' crate. I was in the restroom and my husband was in the living room. I heard something moving around in the bedroom. We both keep hearing the downstairs door opening and closing, and that's when my husband won't be home for a long time. And most recently, I was in the living room and all the cats were with me. I heard the toilet seat close down. When I went to tell my friend, she tells me right after I heard that she heard a man saying hey into her ear. Lastly, this has got to be like the 8th lastly, but lastly, I was going to get my dogs and bring them in when I hear my husband say something to me. He was at his computer, and I promise you I heard his voice directly into my ear, not at his desk. It was right behind me. I turned, thinking he was standing behind me, and it turns out he was at his desk, which is nowhere near me. So unfortunately, the mimic has now started mimicking my dog in her crate when my dog isn't even inside. But it's feeling slightly darker than before the mimicking, that was before the mimicking of my dog scaring us. Oh, And one more encounter. My best friend and I were sharing their air mattress and goofing off at like 3 a.m. She tells me she heard a giggle outside the window. So what do I do? You don't have to believe me, but I promise you everything word for word I'm typing is true. Edit. I just heard the downstairs door open and close while I was watching a video. I heard a woman whispering. I thought it was my video, but when I paused the video, I still heard it. When I looked up the pocket door to the work bathroom, and I saw a black shadow was standing in our bathroom. Now on to the next story. A possibly paranormal, weird encounter I had today at home. Today I think I experienced something very weird. I was home alone in the afternoon, just thinking about groceries for the week. I was in the kitchen and I decided to go to the living room to check the available food. In order to go from the kitchen to the living room, I have to pass through a small hallway connecting the rooms. As I stepped to the hallway, I saw a white shadow, slowly moving toward me. The moment I took a good glimpse at it, it just vanished. I was shocked. I couldn't believe what just happened, and the goosebumps were intense. The distance between me and the shadow was less than a meter, so we're talking about an almost face-to-face, contact. A few details I noticed on the shadow. Fortunately, I didn't see the face or torso. I mostly saw the leg area and the left hand of it. It was all white and should have worn Eastern Orthodox priest's liturgy uniform, worn during the church's liturgies. I could make out the design and the pattern of this, clerical uniform. On the left hand, it held something similar to a dagger or a knife with a small curved blade with a line in the middle. Something worth mentioning is that my mother, once home alone while she was in the kitchen, she felt a presence, saw something with the corner of her eye. It appeared from the same spot and followed the same path. The house's history is clean, and the only owners that have ever lived there are my family. The house also has many religious imageries. It is pretty much incensed every Sunday or at least once a week. Generally, religion is a strong aspect of it. So what could this be? My imagination or something else? I seriously don't know what happened, and if I just imagined something or something was actually seen, any help is appreciated. Tinsel Man. Last week my friends and I decided to stay at an Airbnb. It was for one of their birthdays. It was a nicely renovated home with a pretty view. It had exposed brick in some areas, what looked like an older building. Originally built in 1909, I later found out. The way the layout was set up was that the living room connected to the kitchen by an archway. We had put up golden tinsel across to create a wall for photos, and just to have fun walking through as we hung out. So that night we went to a concert to celebrate. Got back around 3 a.m. and all of us jumping in the hot tub. At some point we got out, and as the people were getting changed, I ended up alone in the living room. I was watching some music videos for a bit. That's when I saw him first. The room was pretty lit, and out of the corner of my eye I saw a shadowy figure, head and torso that faded away at the hips. He was gliding across the tinsel, and it was moving as fast as he was brushing shoulders with it. Couldn't believe my eyes, as I've never seen anything so clear as day. Honestly, not much of a believer myself, funny enough. I didn't get any bad energy from him and got distracted by my friends coming back in. So I ended up not mentioning my encounter. Fast forward to about 4 or 5-ish a.m. It's just me and my birthday friend on the couch. Her and I are hanging, and we just start to hear a slight snapping sound from around the tinsel. She looks up and her eyes widen. So I look over, and it honestly looked and sounded as if somebody was flicking the tinsel. Just playing with it on one end off for about an hour. I shit you not. I told her about my encounter earlier that night, and then she mentioned another friend had actually seen something odd with the tinsel too. The last thing was that I was set to sleep on the couch that night. I remember just before sunrise waking up to hear one of the tinsel strands getting pulled from the wall. It looked as if somebody was pulling it like 1, 2, 3 motions, rather than the old tape falling off. By the morning, there was no more activity. I had a good laugh thinking about how he was probably so excited to play with tinsel. It was a fun night for all of us. I've never seen a ghost otherwise, so it's definitely opened my eyes more. And I'm happy to have more shared, fun and moments with something or someone I didn't think existed. Weird noises in the living room. This is something that happened a while ago. This isn't the most in-depth or interesting story, but this is one thing that's happened recently that sticks out to me. It was noises coming from the living room. All of my family members were asleep. I have 2 cats, but one of them were in the room with me. The other, who is a small cat, they were in the living room. It seems unlike her to be making so much noise like that, which was coming from the PC desk. The noises sounded like a person searching very roughly through the PC desk, and I use that desk every day. It was as if they were moving stuff around in a sort of hasty manner, looking for something in a rush. This event came to my mind again last night. I thought how spooked I was when I heard that noise. I had my room's door closed and kept it closed with no intent of wanting to check it out. I had a feeling it wasn't any of my family members. It just really spooked me. Which, now that I think about it, me being so afraid of a noise is kind of weird. Not really normal for me. I asked my sister about this the next day. She said that she assumed it was me. She told me I should have checked out the noise. Seems like she didn't want to check it out either, though. Also, I know my family, they'd never waste precious hours of sleep on any day for a dumb joke. Especially on a weekday. This all leads to my other cat. It's most likely the suspect, but it's still pretty unlike her. I've never heard this kind of noise ever again since that night when she, the cat, spends most of the nights in the living room. Also, I felt like I would heard that noise again, really, especially if she really enjoyed being on the desk playing around. Our other playmate was in the room with me. Although cats can play by themselves, but it just seems off to me. I've heard tons of stuff that sounded weird to me before, but I can sort of reasonably explain them. This one just kind of stumps me. Thinking about it today, I'm not sure why I would even, feel scared from that. I've heard noises before from the kitchen and stuff at night that checked out with no problem. When I heard that noise, my mind just went, that is not my family. Keep my door shut and be alert. I'll admit I'm a bit more of a spook at night. But just never like that night. Maybe I'm overthinking. But it's been a while. I've never experienced something like that again. Well, if you want to experience something like this again, see you tomorrow. Sweet dreams. Welcome to Paranormal M, your hub for eerie tales and chilling mysteries. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications to keep up with our haunted adventures. Prepare for a supernatural ride. I saw what I believe to be an alien on a camping trip. East Hampton, Connecticut, 1989. My parents took me and my brother camping. I guess the place is still there. Nelson's family campground along Hales Brook. That's in East Hampton, Connecticut. My brother and I used to slip quarters in the arcade machines. They had those in this log cabin-y main office. We loved it. The trip itself was uneventful. Mom and Dad were nagging at each other and lightly fighting. Dad took us fishing. We didn't catch anything, and he was kind of being a dick. My brother and I were in Scouts, so we were familiar with the outdoors. We went fishing and camping all the time with our uncle who took us on more than one backwood kind of trips. This was a breeze for us. It's like 4 a.m. one of the nights, and I gotta pee. I've pretty much seen it all. Campground's safe, and all I gotta worry about is skunks or possums. I put on a jacket and I crawl out of the tent and I walk over to the bushes. Standing there, dick in hand, I see this animal head with glowing green eyes low in the bushes, about 20 feet out. Maybe a foot, maybe 2 feet off the ground. I assume it's a possum, so I start pee. And then I remembered thinking, wow, that possum actually really looks like an alien. But if it was a giant bug. My eyes adjust and I expect a possum face to appear, but nope, an alien. But if it looked like a sort of praying mantis, kinda sinks in how strange it is. The eyes are glowing green and not yellow, like bioluminescence and not a reflection. I recall it reminded me of fireflies. Then my eyes actually adjust. I see that not only am I right, but I also see its long, spindly arms. It's laying there in a position like it's doing push-ups. Its otherworldly and strangely long arms are bent at the elbow, which when bent, sit higher than its head. Sort of looks like a long letter M. I kind of digest all of this, as it were. I'm not dreaming, so I should probably panic. But I realize if it's an alien, then they're only 3 or 4 feet tall, according to lore. So I don't care, I'll just kick its ass. That's bold. And then it stands up. Well, the head elevates, the arms straighten, maybe it's just a human after all, some gangly creep. But the head keeps elevating. It would have had to have been 9 or 10 feet tall by the time it was done standing up. I was just frozen trying to tell myself how not real this was or the millions of things it could be. Then I realized, nope. What you see here is what you get. You're looking at exactly what you think you're looking at. I'm like 20 feet from this 10-foot tall mantis alien with glowing green eyes, and it's just me and him. Finally, I screamed like my life depended on it. That was because it, well, probably did. Then just everything kind of gets hazy. I remember making it to the tent and hiding in my sleeping bag. My brother reacting pretty frantically. My parents are upset and I woke up the whole campground, basically. I tell them what happened, they walk over to where it was, and I see it would have been a few feet taller than the adults. I feel like I'm about to be sick. Meanwhile, I'm expecting a long, gangly arm to dart out of the brush and snag one of them. I want to believe it was a dream or night terror. My brother harassed me about it for a good 10 years before he died. I guess the most unsettling part of it all was how confident this thing was. Like, I was just inconsequential to it. It was observing me with disdain. I was just this gross nothing to do like it could eat me. But thank you, no thank you. I don't know why I felt that way. Thank you, drive through. I don't even know how to say this, but I think I saw a gnome in a national forest yesterday. I'm an outdoorsman. I have been for 35 years. I grew up in the woods. I memorized trees for mushroom hunting for a living. I know every brook, stream, bush, berry grove, log, you name it. I'm on a forest road and I'm about hour 9 of not a soul in sight. I gather some mushrooms and I look up the road to see a rock has fallen from the loose, steep side of the mountain to the middle of the road. I make, like a mental note that I have to move it and not drive over it. I gather my mushrooms and I get back to my car. I look up and I see what appears to be a 2, maybe 2.5 foot tall little brown thing walking from the side of the road over to the rock. My first logical thought is that it's a squirrel, but I see it's walking on 2 legs. Appears to be wearing brown cloth or fur clothes. Shaped like a human but very tiny. It's not scurrying either. It's kind of ambling on two legs like a human would. Just casually walking like this is some normal, regular-ass thing. Like monotonous work it does for a living. I don't believe my lying eyes. It has to be something else. I get back to the car and head up the road and see that the rock has been pushed back to the side of the road from whence it came. It had fallen off the hill, rolled to my left, then it was sitting on the backside of the road on the right. There's drag marks like somebody slid it back. I look, I smell, I sense, I listen. Nothing. I don't know where gnomes live, but the old, partially locked section where I was at looked pretty perfect for a clan of these things. Lots of places to hide, secluded near water, plenty of routes of escape, and, well, it'd be easy to dig little holes in the mountain. It would be fortified against invaders. The side road into it was flooded, and appears to do so pretty regularly. So these little guys even have their own moat. I'm positive I'm overthinking this, but it was a long drive back up the mountain, then down the mountain the other way, and sometime home. I can't pick this apart into anything else but being a tiny little forest man. I'm like maybe 1,000% positive that I saw what I saw. It was near a military special interest zone, allegedly blocked off due to some native butterflies. But I'm starting to wonder if this research area is really about butterflies after all. They send you to prison, ban you from parks, and give you a $5,000 fine if you take a single berry from inside that boundary. Anybody else wonder what a 5,000 illegal berry tastes like? Sounds good. I went back to where I saw that gnome and halfling thing to get you guys some pictures. Suffice to say, I'm never going back. Some people requested I get photos. Photos of that spot where it happened. Well, I had some extra time today and I was in the area, so I thought it'd be cool to get some pictures. It was pretty uneventful at first. It hasn't rained in a while, so the mushrooms weren't great. I didn't get many spooky vibes, and it was just another place in the woods. Kind of forgot about it for a little while, and that's when I started finding some mushrooms. I didn't see any other picker trails, so it was pretty clear nobody ever came here. I take my time, fill my basket, and enjoy the day. I get back to my car. Well, maybe yes, people on Reddit were right, but I was just tired, maybe I was dehydrated, maybe I saw an animal. Maybe my brain just filled in something that was, never really even there. I hydrate, load my mushrooms in the trunk, and suddenly from the tree line I hear, "Hey!" It was like the way somebody sort of says it, kind of loud in a movie theater. But it's kind of so loud that they may as well just be talking, that sort of whisper. Hand to God, I expected a person to be standing there. A lost hiker, or a hunter, or somebody else capable of slipping under my radar. I zero in on the spot where the sound comes from. There's just empty space and trees where I full-on expected a person to be. I've never moved so fast in my life. I jumped back in the car and got out of there. I'm cool with little gnomes doing favors and stuff that saved me from an oil pan repair or whatever, but I'm not cool with invisible things that talk to me. Everybody has a limit, and this is clearly mine. Mushrooms and gnomes. Nice theme. Edinburgh Vaults. My husband and I are currently on holiday in Edinburgh for a week. We love a good walking tour, especially ones about ghosts or famous crimes. Tonight we went on with a ghost tour of Greyfriars Kirkyard. That and the Edinburgh Vaults. My husband isn't really into the paranormal or anything, but he's a pretty sensitive guy. He's had a genuine ghost before, but that was years ago. The Kirkyard was fine. Tour guide told us a few gruesome stories about the prisoner camp that was there and the murderers Hare and Burke. Then he took us down to the vault. We actually went into 3 vaults. The first was nothing much. The second had a stone circle in it which we were told not to step into as bad things have happened to some people who have. Our tour guide told us that he had to call an ambulance once. That was because a man who stepped into the circle instantly fainted and hit his head on one of the rocks and split it open pretty badly. The guide dared us all to step in. No one did. I was tempted until my husband said, "Don't you dare," pretty emphatically. So I didn't, and then we left. The third vault was completely dark. The only light was from the flashlight the guide had. He kept it covered most of the time. He began telling us a story of the Edinburgh fire and of a family who escaped down into the vaults. The woman and children were shut away in the vaults by their husbands who had left to help the fires. Or rather, help fight the fires. They never came back, and their families were essentially baked alive in the vaults from the heat of the fire above. To save their children from suffering, the women slit their throats before killing themselves. The whole time he's telling us these stories, my husband is pretty quiet but kept grabbing me and grabbing my hand for comfort. The only thing he says to me in a whisper is, "Do you smell that?" I didn't smell anything, but just as he said that, the guide mentions people smelling sulfur in the vaults, which smells kind of like a fart. I look at my husband like. The tour finishes, we leave, and my husband is clearly shaken, wants to get away as soon as possible. He said the whole time we were in there, all he felt was an urgent sense of needing to get out. He also said he felt a cool breeze on the back of his neck, like somebody was blowing through a straw directly onto his neck. And there's no way a breeze can reach inside those vaults. The guide even said that at the start, so. He also said he wanted to cry at one point and didn't know why, as well as smelling the sulfur, none of which I felt, or smelt. He said he felt cold most of the time. It actually felt quite mild to me, until just before the guide started talking about the fire, and that was when he suddenly felt very hot and began sweating profusely. He was very shaken up when we left, and his pulse was racing. I felt absolutely nothing the whole time, even though I desperately wanted to. I totally believe him, though. He's not the type to just make things up like that. Guess I'm just not on the right wavelength, or something. Dreams. She came back. I've always had weird dreams, ever since I was a child. Dreams in which I seem to be looking down at my body or slowly getting out of my body. I've always called them dreams, but I'm never really sure. There would be times I would be getting out of my body, in quotes, and I would see these clear people standing in front of my bed. One time, one of these clear people told me, "Do not be afraid." And obviously, me being a super chicken, I freaked and went right back to the same position I was asleep in. Most of these things, I would never really get too far from where I was sleeping. But there was a time I had this dream where I had a conversation with my dead grandfather. I even remember smiling and saying that I would make him some mac and cheese. He told me something to tell my mom. I remember I wound up telling her, and she looked pale. She started to cry. It's because I never met or knew what my grandfather looked like. Yet I described him to a T. I once dreamt of a place. A dark, dark place. The buildings, they seemed to be made of sand. The floors, sand. But as soon as night came, it felt like it was almost like in limbo. And the serpent came around my neck and told me I was going to be okay, to not be afraid. Mainly because I have this huge fear of the dark, and always because I would see shadow people. But here's where it's strange. As a child, I've always had recurring dreams of a woman in a hospital gown, blue, purple, green skin. I don't know how to really describe it, it's kind of a strange color. I don't know exactly what her face looks like, but she always looked wet. Almost. It's like as if she drowned. Here's a side note. Strange things always happened in that apartment growing up. Things falling out of nowhere. My mom's Bible smelling like rotten meat. Seeing shadow people. The weird dreams and nightmares. Stuff disappearing then being in the exact same place days later. I always had to be on my toes. It felt like things were unpredictable. Unfortunately, don't really remember much of my dreams as a kid. The only reason I even remember it now is because I used to write about it. I would also used to draw her. I threw all that out pretty much as I got older. These are the dreams that I do remember. One in which I was being led into the sewer. There was barely any light going into there. There was water all over the floor. It felt like I was being led here. Towards the end, there was this room with tiles and a barred window. But it wasn't really a window. I call it that, but it's more of a metal thing that people step on when they're walking. I really don't have a clue what it's called. A grate? Thing is at the end she was there. In her gown, waiting for me it seemed. The light reflected onto her skin. She was approaching me, but I got scared. I could hear that she couldn't really breathe. It was as if she was having water into her lungs. Frankly, I couldn't breathe either. That's when I woke up. I remembered telling my mom this, and what's weird was she looked spooked, because she said that same night she felt like she couldn't breathe. Another time when I was just falling asleep, the Automan, I think it's called. An ottoman, not an Automan. That's pretty cute though. It's a chair like a couch. It was dark. I opened my eyes. I was thinking I was awake, but I wasn't really. I see my feet and I see the bathroom light on. I see my mom asleep in the bed because we had a bed in the living room. I look up because I see hair like almost coming from the wall. The green-blue lady in the hospital gown was coming out of a painting my mother had. She was trying to reach for my hand to bring me with her. All I remember was she said, "Come." I saw her pulling my arm and I kept telling myself, "Wake up, wake up." I did, but it was hard for some reason. I was around 18-ish at the time, or rather I was. Then we moved. I assumed it would all be gone because we, moved. Thought we wouldn't be having any more experiences. I was already maybe 20 at this time. It felt like my dreams followed me. She was there again. I was told by a psychic medium that my mother trusted at the time. Apparently, I had a spirit guide watching me because she always felt the air around me. I was always curious as to who they were, but something slightly related. It's still in the dream arena, but I did have a dream about a deity, or at least I thought it was a deity with a veil covering them. There was sort of a sunlight shining behind them, and I remember clearly offering them something of mine that was purple. It's been 3 years, and I don't touch that purple thing. I don't know why, it's just kind of there. What purple thing? So sorry, I'm making this longer than it has to be. To make this long story shorter, I moved recently back in May of this year. I'm dreaming of this woman again. It's like the dreams followed me. As well as whatever energy it takes. I know it has because I'm scared to look in the mirror again. I didn't feel that way when I first moved in. I didn't feel this uncomfortable gut feeling. Things have started to get misplaced again, and I'm losing things, and I haven't seen the shadow people yet, though. I try to at least keep one light on at night. I have been getting random bruises as well. I'm trying to think of all the logical reasons, but maybe I'm not thinking hard enough. Starting to think maybe it's my mental health that's going down the drain. I don't even know anymore. Has anybody else had reoccurring dreams with people? People that they don't know in specific. Have you ever woken up with strange bruises? Have you ever had strange dreams like this? Haunting or A witch. I recently just moved out of a house. I had rented it for 6 years, and then I moved into a house that my partner and I just bought with our 2 daughters. Everything's been going great in this new home. I made a point to sage, cleanse, and protect this house before moving anything into it, especially after the experiences in our last home. Everything's been going great, and all of us have expressed, well, that we never felt this well rested. We moved in about a month ago. So now, going back to this previous home. From the start of this old home, things felt pretty off. My youngest, 10 years old, would sleepwalk and do odd things in her sleep, while my oldest, 14 years old, would oversleep, but constantly wake up and was always incredibly crabby. Since moving, she's basically the complete opposite. Now, as far as I go, at this house I was struggling hard with very consistent sleep paralysis. It was always the same figure either standing over me or staring at me from my doorway. This figure was a tall woman in a black Victorian-style dress. I was never able to make out her face. She had a black veil over it, and I was honestly always too scared to look at her face. One time I woke up unable to move, or even get words out. Just moans as I was trying to wake my partner for help. There was a giant yellow serpent slithering over my body, starting at my feet and slithered towards my face, then went between the mattress and the headboard to go under the bed. It felt incredibly real, but once getting my boyfriend's attention, he assured me that it was a dream. The weirdest part of all of this to me is that whatever this figure was made a point to assure me these things were not just dreams. Over these 6 years, I had the same exact sleep paralysis event happen 3 times. This Victorian woman would stand over my bed, gently take my hand and stick my palm with something, leaving 5 small dots on my palm. It actually pierced my skin. These marks would stick around for days, and the craziest part, the last time was coincidentally the very last night that we spent in this house. 5 small dots. I got nothing, just reminds me of childhood vaccinations, but in your hand. Something looking outside my window. I'm 25 now, and this was maybe 5-6 years ago. That's when I lived with my mom. I was about 20 years old, and I'm doing my normal routine of the night. Call of Duty and some of that devil's lettuce. I always played with my lights, rather I played with no lights. So the only form of light was my monitor. Before I get into it, I always felt like something was watching me from the corner of my room, especially when I was trying to go to sleep. I ended up taking my break from Call of Duty to go smoke. I was outside for maybe 20 minutes or so. I come back inside, walk up to my room, and keep in mind, my lights are still off. I opened my door and my window curtain right beside my bed was wide open, almost like someone was looking out of the window. Thought it was my mom or sister, maybe just sitting at the window waiting for my stepdad to get home. He's a cop, works late hours. Or maybe even my dog walking by, maybe just brushed it. Nope. Me being scared to walk in, I called my mom's name, my sister's name, and my dog's name. Nothing was there at all. I peeked over my bed slowly to see, and all of a sudden the curtain fell back into place as if somebody let go of it. And no, my dog was downstairs on the sofa. I made a comment to my mom the other day recently saying that our house is haunted. She replies with, "I believe it. I hear things sometimes when I'm laying down, like somebody's walking around." Till this day, I have no idea what it was, and it still freaks me out thinking about it to this day. Somebody help. LOL. Something keeps grabbing the door. Me, a male 29, my girlfriend, female 27. and my friend/roommate, a male 28, and my girlfriend's sister, a female 26, moved into some new apartment about a year ago. We haven't had anything weird happen at all besides the occasional sound every now and then, but nobody really thinks much about them. But in the last 6 months or so, the balcony door will open. We live on the 3rd floor with no fire escape. It would happen often enough to where we had to be sort of sticklers about locking the balcony door. The rule is, if you unlock the balcony door, you have to lock it back or it will open again. The cats will get out. Well, we stopped having a problem with the door opening altogether. 2 hours before the time of this posting, I heard something yank the hell out of the balcony door. I'm the first one to wake up at like 4 a.m. to get ready for work. Today, I happened to be sitting in the living room, about 10 feet away from this door while sipping on some coffee. I heard the door handle squeak and the door yank really hard enough for the blinds in the door to stir from the force. Stay moving for a good minute. I stared at the door trying to figure out what happened. I looked at the lock and I saw that it was still deadbolted shut. Both cats came over to investigate. One of them had their tail puffed up. I couldn't figure it out and I had had enough, so I ran to my bedroom and just sat there sipping coffee. The 2 cats followed closely. I was sitting on the bed trying to explain away what happened when I could hear the door yank again with a slightly lesser force. I continued to sit in the room with just pure fear, basically. I began looking up stories of negative air pressure opening doors and how that works in an effort to try to find an explanation. But just nothing accounts for the door handle squeaking from the turning at the same time. I then heard the door yank again. This time, my frustration overcame my fear. I bolted out of the room. I found my friend and roommate, the male that's 28, standing in the living room. He looked startled from me popping up like I did, but immediately said, "The balcony door was open." It was freezing in the living room now from the chilly night and the door being wide open. He understandably must have been a little bit frustrated. I mentioned that the door was locked and told him about what just happened. I'm not entirely sure if he believes me, but didn't really object because the door opening has been a problem for a while. Me, I'm a skeptic. Always have been. I'm pretty much always able to explain these things away, but this one has me stumped. I guess I'm looking for explanations with this post, and if it involves the paranormal, so be it. What I just witnessed is the weirdest thing I've seen outside of movies. But please, debunk what I'm thinking it is. I'll try to respond to questions, but I'm going to work and I'll be there all day. I'll get to them as soon as possible. Hope that worked out for you. They say I screamed, but I didn't. The other night I was taking a bath. My brothers and I were home alone, and they were both in the living room, nearly opposite sides of the house. I was sitting, playing on my phone and listening to music. I hear my brother R come running. He knocks loud on the door, and when I answer, he asks if I'm okay. He sounded worried and a bit panicked, which is pretty unlike him. I tell him I'm fine. Apparently, R and B had been sitting on the couch and heard me scream. Like full loud in pain or in danger scream. R was freaked out because why would I be screaming? The thing is I didn't make a sound. This isn't the first time one of us has heard another family member when they didn't speak, but it's usually calling names. Heard my mom calling my name or nickname multiple times when she didn't. But we've never heard each other scream without a cause. So I thought I'd share. Yep, my house and family is haunted. I can also share 2 stories of my family seeing me when I'm not there. I thought it was funny that your friends' names were R and B. My family sees me when I'm not there. So this happened around a year ago, but I wrote this out in my notes around an hour after it had happened. I forgot to post it. I did edit it slightly. My mom and stepdad and I are driving, maybe 2.5, 3 hours away to pick up our new motor home. We stopped at the gas station and I ran inside with my mom to grab some food. That was while my stepdad filled the motorhome with gas. Mom went to speak with him and I dropped my stuff in the car, then went around to find her as she came around to find me. I came around the back of the motorhome and heard my mom say, "Why are you hiding?" Well, I assumed that she was talking to the dog in the car. I started sneezing. Sunlight makes me sneeze. Don't know why. Hormone related. And Mom turned to look at me. Her eyes got wide and she looked totally freaked out. I was confused and asked what happened, assuming the dog was being weird. I got into the front seat as Mom did that weird, stressed, sort of panicked laugh-cry thing. This conversation ensued. Me. "Mom, what happened? What did the dog do?" Mom didn't say anything, just looked freaked. "What? Ripley being weird?" "No, why? I saw you in the back seat." Apparently, Mom got to the car and saw me laying on the floor of the back seat, grinning up at her like I was being goofy and trying to scare her. The "why are you hiding" comment was directed towards me, or me in quotes. That's when she heard me sneezing. She turned, seeing me, and her eyes got wide, and she whipped back around to see that I was in the back seat, and I just vanished. Mom, rightfully so, started crying because, yeah, that's freaky as fuck. I mean, imagine seeing your child in the backseat being a little weirdo with a grin that doesn't seem menacing, but then hearing the same child in a different location looking back to see the child in the car was now gone. The smile went from, "Ha ha ha ha, I'm so weird," to very menacing and scary, she said. The other occurrence was similar, this time involving my brother R, who's 16. This was a couple of months back. The details are foggy, so bear with me. My brother was in the living room when I came out of my room and stopped in the door of the living room. He and I chatted for about a minute, him looking at me as we did. He looked down at his phone when it dawned on him that I'd left over an hour before to go to the store. I wasn't home. He looked back up and I was gone. Around 20-ish minutes later, I returned home and he was still there, a little bit freaked. He told me, where we were so confused. Or rather, he told me, and we were so confused as to what it could be. On top of that, I've heard my family calling me numerous times, only to find that they haven't. The most notable involving R and Mom as well. I can't remember if I've posted it before. One night I was at my desk and I heard R call my name, so I got up. I went to his room to see what he wanted. He said he didn't call me, but he stood talking for about a minute. I turned on my heel to leave, and as I did, I heard Mom call my nickname, Monkey. So I did a 180, heading to her room. When I went in, she said that she didn't call me either. It was memorable, since it happened twice in a matter of minutes. I do know we have at least 2 spirits in my house, one attached to my mom and one to me. Nothing's ever seemed hostile. The worst thing they've done is move stuff around, which made me more than late a few times. Okay, so I just got home from a trip the other night and I was telling my brother about how I posted some stories here. So he shared another incident that he never told me. It would have been about 5-6 years ago. So we would have been maybe 10 or 12. He was asleep on the floor of my mom's room, woke up in the middle of the night. He looked across the room and saw me sitting on the floor. My face was illuminated by the light from the tablet screen. R looked at me and started saying my name, asking what I was doing. I didn't react, so he reached over, turned on the light, and the moment the light flicked on, I vanished. The tablet was on, screen lit up, but I wasn't there. He says that when the light flicked on, he saw me vanish before his eyes. That the tablet had been on, illuminating my face, was laid on the floor in the same place turned on. This was insane to me, because he'd never told me this. Ours room and mine are next to each other. To get to my room, I have to pass his. Same with going to the living room and kitchen, so if he's awake, he's very aware of me moving about. He can literally see me go, and because of the way my room is, I had to put a good bit of force to shut my door, nearly having to slam it each time. There have been numerous occasions of him seeing me or hearing me walk down the hall past his room to mine. But then nothing after. He gets up, pokes his head out, wondering what I'm doing, only to find my bedroom door closed and me not there. Sure, he could have missed the door closing. Like I said, I have to basically slam my door. It is not quiet. That's a bit more tame, but it's pretty frequent, like probably once a week occurrence. A floating dog toy. I fell asleep on the couch pretty early last night, 10:30-ish. Usually, my significant other wakes me up and tells me to go to bed. However, we got into the apartment earlier in the evening. I think he was like, "I'm leaving her out of here." Or rather, "I'm leaving her out here." Sort of like a joke. Well, a bit after midnight, I heard 3 loud stomps. This scared the shit out of me, so I woke up immediately. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw one of my dog's toys floating about 4 feet above the floor. It was like a small lamb chop plushie with all the stuffing ripped out of it. It was rotating a tiny bit and then entirely still for a second. Then it started to slowly lower itself into the floor. As soon as it was on the floor, I looked over at my dog. We both ran to the bedroom. I got into bed, my significant other was awake, and I said, "There's something in the living room." He looked at me and pretty much brushed me off and told me to go to bed. It took me forever to calm down enough to actually fall asleep. And then I just repeatedly woke up throughout the night. I kept thinking or dreaming about someone holding the dog toy. Like realizing that I was looking at them and then them slowly putting it down. I was uneasy all night. I told my husband or boyfriend about it in the morning before work, but he just said something along the lines of, "That's so weird," then proceeds to take her dog outside to go potty. I didn't want to push the subject because I was so freaked out and also pretty exhausted. So, fast forward to around 10:30-ish. That's this morning. I texted my boyfriend and was like, "Did you get what I was saying about the creepy thing?" And he responded with, "Yeah, the bed was shaking before you came in." And I said, "You're lying." He swore to God. I also texted my siblings in our group chat and they gave me the usual, "Oh my God, so creepy," responses. But one of my sisters said 3 loud stomps to mock the Holy Trinity. I wasn't sure what she meant. I'm not really religious at all, but I Googled it. Apparently, 3 loud stomps, knocks, or thumps represent demonic presence in Christianity. I got chills all over as I read that. This entire time, I felt like the 3 loud stomps were from downstairs. I live above bar, so that part of the experience didn't really scare me. I also was thinking that maybe I was hallucinating, since I was only awake for about half a second before I saw what I saw. It was the floating dog toy that scared the shit out of me. For a while, I felt like everything that I experienced was purposeful and maybe evil. My boyfriend and I thought that maybe we had invited evil into the apartment, because we'd been watching and listening to nothing but horror stuff due to it being October. We also think that our apartment caused a lot of negative energy as well. Maybe that allowed what was already present to manifest itself the way it did. At this point, though, I feel like maybe I was just hallucinating. It's because I woke up so suddenly and maybe the bed was shaking due to movement downstairs. I don't believe in ghosts, demons, or the afterlife. but I feel like life would be more meaningful if it did. Life has as much meaning as you wish. Honestly. Possible spirit in apartment. Looking for advice. So to start off, hi. Like the title says, I believe something is in my boyfriend's apartment. I'm going to say that I don't even necessarily believe in anything specifically. I suppose spirits and ghosts and angels can all be real. Who am I to say that they're not? However, within the past month or two, or 3, my boyfriend and I have been noticing things that are just weird. So the first thing him and I both noticed, at the same time, so it's not in our heads. We were sitting in his room and we heard a noise in his bathroom. We didn't know what it was, so I told him to get up and check, obviously because he could do more damage to an intruder than me. It turned out that a drawer from the bathroom sink fell wide open. Now this isn't a drawer that slides open. You have to actually pull it. It was very questionable. And we said, well, you have a ghost because how else can you explain it? It was one, drawer, and nothing else moved. But we can't explain how it moved and opened by itself. Kind of move on from the incident, but a month later I'm sitting in his living room of his house, and in the corner of my eye I see a person standing there. Tall shadow of a person. I go to look and nothing's there. My boyfriend claims that he didn't see it. So I just shook it off my shoulders, and I'm okay with admitting maybe I'm just seeing things. I moved on. A week after that, just the other night really, I noticed on his shoes it isn't on the rack. Excuse me. I noticed apparently one of his shoes wasn't on the rack. It was oddly placed around on the floor, and neither of us saw it fall there, and we also didn't hear it fall or anything. It was just odd, and another thing I was somewhat, shoulder shrug moment about. But an hour or so later, we're back in his bedroom watching TV. We both heard the toilet lid from the bathroom fall down and shut. He turns to me and says, "What was that?" I said, "That was effing toilet cover. It just effing fell down." I just made him once again go check, and yeah, things have been moving by themselves. Meanwhile, objects can't just be doing that. So, moral of the story. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know why things are moving or why I thought I saw someone standing in the room. I don't even know if I believe in ghosts. But the facts are that things are weird and moving when no one's there, touching anything. Does anybody have anything that they could share and try to help me figure out how to go about this? Should we just keep ignoring it? It isn't really doing us any harm, it's just weird, man. Increasing odd activity. Am I crazy? I, a 27-year-old female, have been noticing some odd events going on in my home in recent months. Nothing too terrifying, just unsettling mostly. It reached a turning point here just the other night, though. I had just crawled into bed maybe an hour before, more than likely moving into a deep sleep at that point, or REM, I don't really know if I'm really not a sleep expert. I heard what sounded like my sister's voice calling out my name. It had a tone of urgency to it. It was so loud and clear that I thought she had gotten into my house, or was at least at the window trying to get my attention. My family will sometimes turn up in the night if they can't get a hold of me if it's an emergency. But needless to say, it was not her. I even asked her, and she said that she'd been asleep since about 10 p.m. due to having work early the next day. This had all happened around 2 a.m. or so. Note, I did not respond to it. I was aiming to just ignore it and go back to sleep. But my baby, who's 11 months old, started crying immediately afterwards. I ran and got her and brought her to bed with me to be safe. I got weirded out by this event totally. For context, I do have a security system that I do use, and a very loud dog too. They didn't even make a sound the whole time. I usually use my dog as sort of a gauge whether or not to be worried. If he doesn't react, I don't worry. I do all the standard things of locking my doors at night, closing my curtains, not answering the door at night for any reason. The usual. I have heard this voice call me a couple of times now. It's always my mom or my sister's voices. Was I falling asleep and experiencing some sleep phenomenon? Or is it a supernatural being? Or am I crazy? Inquiring minds would like to know. Gotta say, if I freaked out every time my dog freaked out, or on the flip side, if I was calm when he was calm, talk about shortening my life expectancy. The Boy That Drowned. First off, I believe people have the right to worship however they choose. They're welcome to whatever faith or beliefs that they have. But when I was a young man, I was shown the truth, and I've understood since that God is a very real thing. As a boy, I went to church every weekend with my grandmother. It was something that was normal and expected without complaint. But being the pre-teenager that I was, I grew bored and restless. It was the summer of 2002, and I was about 12 years old. I was staying with my grandmother, and I was at her house, and there really wasn't very much to do. I asked my grandma if my friend Michael could stay the night one evening. She agreed. Michael and I just began, watching TV, laughing, joking, and carrying on. It was around 10 p.m., and while flipping through the channels, we stopped on the channel of a priest who was conducting a Catholic Mass. We began discussing the possibility that maybe God wasn't real. Having doubts, we determined that there was no real proof and concluded he obviously wasn't real. Maybe an hour or so later, we decided to go walk at my cousin Emily's house. That's because Michael had a crush on her. It was around 1 mile away, and we were so bored, so it seemed like an easy decision. It was a warm summer night. There was no wind, everything was calm. The temperature could only be described as comfortable. We arrived at Emily's house. Her and Michael began teenage flirtation talking, and I decided to give them some space. Yep. So, I sat on the curb. I pulled a Pepsi out of my pocket. I remember drinking the Pepsi on the curb and thinking it was such a peaceful night. Approximately 30 minutes later, Michael said goodnight to Emily and met me at the curb. We decided it was time to head back home to my grandma's. We started walking down the dark street, and after about 30 feet we stopped. Something was off. I could feel it. So could Michael. It was kind of hard to describe, but something had changed in the air. There was a certain discomfort that I can only describe as the feeling of being watched. I looked at Michael, and he said to me, "I feel it too." As we slowly proceeded forward, we began to notice things. There was absolutely no wind or breeze, yet wind chimes all over the neighborhood were ringing like crazy. It was very odd, but they all seemed to be ringing at once. All of the dogs in the neighborhood were barking like crazy, which may not seem so strange. If one dog starts barking, others are likely to join, but it was a weird coincidence in combination with the wind chimes. We were moving very slowly now. We were both positive that something unnatural was happening. We started seeing movement in our peripheral vision, not fast and aggressive, just shadows that we could catch in the corner of my eyes. And that was just the beginning. I remember being halfway home when we stopped. We were about 3 houses away from my friend Tyler's house. A sort of childlike excitement rushed through me. I wanted to see more. Michael did not. He just kept telling me that he wanted to go home. We stood on that street for a few minutes discussing everything that we just witnessed. Then, out of nowhere, we noticed something very eerie. It was a voice, and it was singing something in the distance. It's like it was echoing far away in the sky. We could hear it so distinctly. A little boy's voice singing, "Michael, Michael, Michael." Can't really describe the feeling in words. It was very eerie, yet I didn't feel like I was in danger. This voice continued to sing for approximately a minute, over and over again, chanting Michael's name. I went up close to Michael, being the excited little boy I was, and noticed Michael was being very quiet. As I approached, I noticed he was in tears. He looked at me and said, "I want to go home now." I realized I was being selfish, and he was upset, so we immediately made our way back to my grandma's. Nothing else occurred on our way back. Spent the rest of the walk contemplating why this just happened to us. Michael spent the rest of the walk silent. Once we were inside my grandma's house, it hit me. I shouted at Michael. This all happened because we challenged God. He gave us a sign tonight. Michael looked at me with the most pale face. It's the palest face I've ever seen him wear. "I know that voice was singing," he said. That was my friend Chris. He was my best friend and one of my neighbors. 2 years ago, he died in a swimming accident at the lake. I proceeded to ask him more questions, but Michael stopped me. He looked at me and said, "I never want to talk about this night again. Never bring it up." Throughout the next few years, Michael and I grew apart. We remained in contact sparingly, but any time I decided to mention that night, he would denounce what I was talking about, shrug it off, or change the subject. It's just so happened when I was 15 years old, my mother purchased a house. I remember going there for the first time and realizing this is odd. As I pulled up to the house, I recognized the street. My mother purchased the house right next door to Michael's. I was all excited to go and tell Michael I was going to be his next-door neighbor, and all the good times we were going to have. Michael seemed to have some high spirits as well. The next several years passed. I was an adult man now at 23 years old, with a 3-year-old little girl. I would often visit my mom with my daughter. She played my mom's house fairly often. We would usually stay the night. But my mom would tell me that my daughter would say things. Things like she was playing with the little boy in her room, and there's a boy who talks to her. This went on for months, and my daughter started telling me about the boy as well. One day I happened to be visiting my mother as Michael was visiting his parents. I went outside just to catch up. It's been a long time since I seen Michael. He had his own family now. We talked about life and our jobs and kids, until I decided to bring up my daughter and the little boy. Yet again, Michael's face went pale. He looked at me and said, "Do you remember what happened when we were kids?" I immediately knew what he was referring to, and I said, "Yes." He mentioned that I told you about my neighbor friend who drowned in a swimming accident, and his name was Chris. Again, I responded with yes, and he looked at me yet again and said, "Well, you're living in his house." My imaginary friend. Growing up, I remember playing hide and seek. We would do this in the funeral home in the morgue that my uncle worked at. That was while the adults played games in the Great Hall. My mom is Wiccan, my father agnostic. My aunts and uncles are a mix of atheist, Catholic, and occult obsessed. This will become relevant later. My cousins and I got very comfortable with the idea of ghosts and demons and spirits and such. Our parents would remind us not to talk to things in the dark and not to give them names and to keep a buddy system when we played. Some of us were as young as 4 years old, by the way. Some as old as 12. So, when I was about 5 years old, my mother had woken up in the middle of the night. She saw me standing in front of her closet. The more that she woke up and tried speaking to me, she realized I was transparent with glowing red eyes. She realized then that whatever was in her closet wasn't me, and went running to my room across the hall. As she entered my room, I was waking up from a nightmare. When I opened my eyes and lifted my head, I saw a man in front of my closet. He was asking me to follow him. He was tall, gray skin-toned, and he had a long white and pointy beard. He had red eyes, golden teeth, pinstripe suit, brown and red detailing. Tall gold cane with a crow head handle. Top hat. He barely fit in my room floor to ceiling. He also had a big, vicious white wolf. When asked who he was, he said he was my great-grandfather. He said he wanted to bring me to my real home. When my mom entered my room, I was screaming and crying, begging her not to let him take me. She only saw a large dark mass around my window and closet. She came, grabbed me, and spent the night in my parents' bed. I've seen him very few times since then, typically in crowds, typically when I'm feeling really uncertain. I don't acknowledge him, I haven't given him a name, and every time he finds me, he motions for me to follow him. Each of my aunts and uncles, as well as my mom, have cleansed every house and room I've lived in. I have little knickknacks and such that are meant to help purify my area and protect me. I've always had very vivid dreams and nightmares. I remember each one clear as day. The ones where he has visited me always end up a bit fuzzy, though. What should I do about my imaginary friend? The Drowned Twin. This story is absolutely legendary, especially amongst my family, so I thought I'd share it online. When I was a kid, I can't remember what age, but me and my two older sisters, my parents and my aunt all moved into a big 8-bedroom suburban 2-story house with a pool, a wine bar, and everything fancy in between, like a laundry chute. It was a great place to live for a big family like us, and my aunt got the majority of the top floor. That was since she officially owned the house and understandably got first pick, except for one bedroom, which my sister took while the rest of us were living downstairs. The stereotypical lifestyle plays out throughout the years with a busy family. Family pool parties, barbecues, sitting around the winter fire barrel exchanging ghost stories. I always would tune these out due to initially sounding like boring bullshit that people spread around campfires. Dogs running around causing chaos and, leaving fleas and dog shit everywhere, and cats just sitting around loitering all day. Very adorably, though. We lived there maybe 10 years, and throughout the years, my sisters both grew up. They got boyfriends and eventually moved out, and then I graduated from high school. We decided to finally move out since it was time to move on and downsize. Soon, the day of the move, my aunt had already moved out, so it was just me and my parents with some helping hand friends, and while my family was loading and moving the truck, a fart machine I got my dad for Father's Day a couple of months prior had just started going off on its own. We checked both controllers and nobody had touched them. In fact, nobody knew it was there. Since we're all busy with the move and stood there staring at it, went off a few times completely speechless, not knowing how to react. I sort of hesitantly laughed it off, joking that the house was haunted, and soon after that I went upstairs to check if we left anything behind. That was before we finally left for the new house. And lo and behold, I saw a reflection in the bedroom window standing next to my reflection of a child. They were like the spitting image of my child, or at least my child's self. But he was soaked, like he was swimming in the pool, wearing a kid's black and blue swimmers and a shirt. I had presumed that he was wearing like a blue swimming short with like a bowl haircut. I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. He just was there innocently smiling and waving goodbye before fading away and disappearing. I couldn't help but wave back and whisper, "Goodbye, little dude." Then I proceeded to hastily leave the house, pretending that it didn't happen as me and my family finally moved on to a new chapter of our lives. Lately, I've asked my sisters about the fart box situation. They just laughed and said, "Bro, that place was haunted for years, and you never even noticed. We kept on seeing you in the house when you were at your friend's place. Auntie Sally saw you standing at the end of her bed staring at her in the middle of the night. and we all saw you on during various occasions, just staring by the poolside, or staring at us throughout the years. Then my sister went over the history of the house. She and my other sister both looked up all those years ago. Found out that it's because a kid who looked like me drowned in that pool about a few decades before we moved in. So, they had realized that the house was low-key haunted the entire time these hauntings were happening. I was completely obliviously, pretty much unaware of the whole situation. I personally never experienced any hauntings until that last day. So I figured that I looked so much like him that he saw it fit to leave me alone. Or maybe have my back by haunting my sisters whenever they were being the stereotypical annoying siblings. So in conclusion, I had a ghost bunkmate. They looked and acted like my unofficial twin brother that I never had. I heard a lot of ghost stories about hauntings being bad, but sometimes it's just a true blessing in disguise. I hope that kid had happily moved on in the afterlife by now, or is just having a blast haunting the shit out of his new roommates. If he's moved on, may he finally rest in peace. My haunted house in Rota, Spain. When I was stationed at the naval base in Rota, Spain from 2016 to 2018, I lived off base in a house that was much older than I realized. The oldest building in the area, that's in the Castle of the Moon, is built in the 13th century. So yeah, history runs deep there. The house I lived in always felt cold and draining. From day one, I suspected it might be haunted. My landlord even admitted they avoided going in unless absolutely necessary, which should have been a red flag, but I didn't think much of it at the time. My haunted house in Rota, Spain. When I was stationed at the naval base in Rota, Spain from 2016 to 2018, I lived off base in a house that was much older than I realized. The oldest building in the area, that's in the Castle of the Moon, is built in the 13th century. So yeah, history runs deep there. The house I lived in always felt cold and draining. From day one, I suspected it might be haunted. My landlord even admitted they avoided going in unless absolutely necessary, which should have been a red flag, but I didn't think much of it at the time. At first, it was small stuff, random noises coming from rooms no one was in, things being moved around, cold spots that never went away. Even in the summer heat, too. It was weird. But I wasn't too freaked out until one day I invited a buddy over. He brought his dog, but the dog refused to step foot inside. We laughed it off, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. While giving my friend a tour, I left him in the hallway to grab a couple of beers. That's when I heard him shout, "Did you just open the basement door?" I hadn't touched it, but he swore he saw the doorknob turn and the door open on its own. At that moment it hit me. This wasn't all in my head. All those things I brushed off suddenly felt very real. After that, things escalated. Doors I'd closed would be open when I returned. Chairs would move. The house would be freezing. One night I woke up to find all my blankets thrown to the corner of the room. When I went to retrieve them, every hair in my body stood on end, like something was there watching me. But when I turned around, nothing was ever there. And the worst part, I started feeling drained all the time. I was irritable and exhausted and burning out at work. I started to suspect that the house, or whatever was in it, was affecting me in ways I hadn't noticed before. Things sort of hit a peak after a night out drinking. I came home and decided to confront whatever was haunting me. That night I woke up to the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs, except the steps didn't stop at the top. They continued up the wall and onto the ceiling. In a panic, night shift security. We work for a TV company in the UK. You have 4 security teams who alternate, and it's probably a 60-40 split on weird stuff happening to individuals, myself included. My experience was within my first few months of starting. I was doing my lockup and I'd finished on the first floor. Went to the end, turned out the light, and started walking to the exit in a cupboard next to the door with its door open slammed shut. It was like somebody put a lot of force into it. I didn't say anything about it till other guys started mentioning weird stuff as well, such as a whistle in the ear, heavy footsteps and doors slamming the floor above them, internal alarms being triggered, like due to doors opening and tripping the alarm, and overall just really bad vibes while walking around. Like something's on you. Late night cleaners have mentioned stuff as well to us, like mop buckets being on the other side of the hall where they left them, but always out in CCTV view when we would look. Anyways, tonight my colleague went up to do his patrol. Left within 10 minutes of a 45-minute patrol and came back to the security lodge talking about multiple whistles, knocking and tapping, flickering lights. I'm thinking great. I go up at 3 a.m. So, out of interest, I check the internal cameras and I swear I could see a shadow just walking in circles. Luckily, when I went up, it was 5 minus heavy feeling. Luckily, when I went up there, I was fine minus this heavy feeling. My colleague is now getting his ear chewed out, but figured just post this here. It's been an interesting night. You and me both. Some things I've experienced. One time, as I'm returning from the washroom, I noticed a small girl on the couch in the living room, the reflection of the mirror by the stairs, sitting there with the lights off wearing a dress. I looked at her for a good 2 seconds as I was walking by, and my first thought was it was my youngest sister. I was wondering what she was doing. As I passed the living room, I turned to look at her, and she was gone. I ran to tell my parents, and I said, I saw a little girl sitting in the living room, and then she disappeared. My mom said, wearing a dress? I said, yes. And then she told me that her and her oldest sister had seen her too. We prayed for her for a few days, and never saw her again. Another time when my oldest sister and I were probably around the age of 8 or 9. We had just moved into a bigger house. We were admiring the large mirror in the guest bathroom. We were making faces in the mirror and laughing. Then someone pounded on the bathroom door. My sister opened the door within 2 seconds. No one was there. Thought it was my mom and called out to her. She came up from the basement asking what we wanted. We were on the 2nd floor and my dad was at work. How do we explain this? Did a random stranger break into her house and do that and then just run away? Well, around the same age, I woke up hungry. I went downstairs to eat. It was around 3 a.m., and as I was eating my cereal, I heard sound. It was coming from the living room. I just ignored it, and then I heard it again. A few seconds later, but this time it was closer and over by the kitchen sink. I thought perhaps it was just the sink making sounds. Then it happened again, and this time by the fridge, which was even closer to me. Then I thought, okay, maybe it was just the fridge that I'm hearing. Then it happened again, and this time it sounded like the opposite end of the kitchen table. I stopped eating and said to myself, okay, if it happens again, I'm out of here. The final time it happened, it was right in my frickin' ear, like somebody was right up to my head doing it. I bolted, yelling for my parents. They thought I was just hearing things and told me to go back to bed. I never went down for snacks in the middle of the night for many years after that. Possibly decades. Most of my experiences have happened below the age of 15 or 16. Now, decades later, I haven't really experienced anything as vivid or as intense where I would actually question it, if my eyes or ears were playing tricks on me. Anything that happens now, I just think I'm seeing or hearing things. But back then, especially with others in my family, I wonder how we can really explain them. That's the end of tonight's stories. See ya.